desk now because then I'm not here.
Sorry, buddy.
Sarah.
Thanks. Maddie will.
Maddie was.
Yeah.
2 whole minutes.
Yeah.
Look at your mobility too. See how you took that corner?
This weird
Parkour.
and teenager and so.
Legitimately,
Yeah.
it must have been the weekend on Saturday.
Yeah. Very strange.
I was out at the back and these kids, older, younger adults. The guy comes running and starts parkouring over the railing, onto the little like shed for half a second, and the guy falls after. There's oh, and I yelled at him, parkour, parkour.
Yeah, but he got no end, so. He could just, he's right next to me, he can leave it when he wasn't full now. Okay. I was gonna say, 'cause
Keith, were you part of that
whenever you're down, I
repair, there was a repair, were you part of that?
I went down for a little bit, but no, I was not. I was aware of it.
Repair Cafe.
Yeah, Repair Cafe.
Yeah. Are you on the email list? I can add you to the
Repair
list.
Cafe
I just
with
read.
the market.
Oh, it was fantastic.
What a
So
win.
Cool. So
It was fantastic.
We should make that happen. But it's great to activate the Rod and Gun Club and have people in there, and then you got the market going on Saturday, like, I can see that happening once a month.
It was so much fun, it made me think of all the things I could bring down to get,
Repaired?
I
fixed.
think it needs to be the next, you need to know there's another one coming.
well, I know that the group really wants to, when I talked to them, they wanna try and have another one. They think that maybe in Nelson that there might be a level of, could be monthly. It's hard to say whether that would,
At least I could see quarterly.
yeah,
Start
quarterly
with
for sure to start with.
Start with the summers.
And maybe Osprey would continue to fund it for that. Those sewing girls were like sewing like crazy and somebody was getting their little baby unicorn fix whose antler, whose thing was supposed to glow, I think, colors and the battery didn't work anymore. It was very cool. Right? Okay. Welcome, everybody, to Tuesday, July the 8th. Hard to believe that we're already into month 7 of 2025. I'd like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Taha, the Silks, and the Snakes people, and is home to the Métis and many diverse Aboriginal persons. We honor their connection to the land and rivers and respect the importance of the environment to our strength as a community. I received no late items. And if I could have an adoption then of the agenda as circulated, moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Pinero. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you, councillors. Item number 5, special events workshop. So we have a whole row that has to move up. Please.
We wanted to wait till.
You don't have to join the move up union, but you do need to move up. So we have Christina, our local government intern. We have Sabina, the administrative assistant and cemetery records keeper. We have Lisa, administrative assistant and special events coordinator. And Mark Craig, office administrator, who will be providing council with an overview of the City of Nelson's special event program, including its current status and opportunities for improvement. So I'm just gonna turn it over to the 4 of you very capable women to lead us through special events.
So thank you, Mayor and Council. I believe I've met most of you, but my name is Christina. I'm the local government intern, and I'll let you guys introduce yourselves.
Morrison just did.
Right. She did. But yeah, as the mayor said, we've been conducting a preliminary review into the special events program. And we're here to provide you with the details of this review, briefly go over the current findings as well as future changes we would like to implement into the program.
And actually, if I can add in here, that I asked both Sabina and Lisa to describe what their part is in the special events program and how they play a huge part in it. So let's start with Lisa.
So I guess I would be the special events coordinator. So applications come into me. I make sure that people have all of their paperwork in order, and then I forward the applications for approval. Which departments they go to depends on the special event, but it can be Public Works, Corporate Services, the Police Department and the Fire Department, just depending on what it is.
And then if it does go to Public Works, then I look after any of the requests that the organizer needs as far as what they need access to, like access to power, gates opened, bathrooms opened later, ballroom barricades, that type of thing. So I coordinate that, and I have a special event schedule that gets circulated for both the Public Works Department, Parks Department, and also with Nelson Hydro, the electrical side.
And I'm backup support as required. And I also wanted to mention here too that having Christina Fellick in here as a municipal intern for the year has been a blessing so far for us. It's like, wow, to have someone be able to step in and help us pull things together when we just haven't been able to sort of see the light of day to be able to do that. We had lots of information, but we just couldn't pull it together. So it's been fabulous working with Christina.
It's been super fun to work on, so yeah. Okay, so we'll jump into a quick agenda. So we'll go over some background and context of the current state of the program, and then I'll show some key figures, so the number of events we have per year, and then we'll jump into the project steps, so what outcomes we hope to see from this review project, and then we'll go over the specific areas of special events that we have reviewed so far. So this is permitting requirements, fees, the pier, and the application process. So for some quick background and context, the special events program was moved to operations last year, so this makes it a fairly new program for the operations team to manage, and in this time, staff have identified numerous gaps in the program, such as the fact that there have been no major changes to the program despite increasing needs from the public and from the city. And fees have never been changed despite rising costs for the city. Some policies are outdated or even non-existent, and so on. So again, we're here to go through the current challenges and proposals for improvement.
Can I just jump in and ask where it was moved from? Was it in corporate services? Or?
Well, they would receive it down at reception on the first floor,
Okay,
so it's
so
more of a
just-
finance.
I mean, that's what I remember.
Yeah.
So it was moved from that area to, yeah, it says moved from, just not
Yes.
from where. So thank you.
And I mean, Sabina has always been a part of it from the logistics side, but it was all new for Lisa, so it was like fresh eyes on the program.
Thanks.
So for some key figures, I just want to point out that these numbers, so for example, the farmers markets count as one in these numbers, even though they happen twice a week in the summer. So this isn't the entire number of specific events we have, but this is just kind of the number of applications we get. So 2020 to 2022 are skewed numbers because this was during the COVID-19 pandemic. But if we compare the 2023 to 2025 numbers to before the pandemic, the numbers have significantly increased. So in 2017, we had 142 events, in 2018, 116, and in 2019, 200 events. So yeah, compared to the numbers over the last few years, and even this year with 85 this year so far, the numbers have increased. And just want to point out—
Councillor Page has a question.
Any idea what it was in 2019, 2018, but just before things changed? 2020 captures a year of change.
Yeah, in terms of the numbers, those figures were just from applications that I could find. So in terms of why things changed, wasn't a part of it then, so I'm not sure what the—
I'm just saying 2020 was the first year. So
I think Christina was
mentioned
sharing
we did.
the earlier numbers, 2017, et cetera. Maybe just repeat those, Christina.
sorry.
Yeah, so 2017 was 142, 2018 was 116, and 2019 was 200. Right before the pandemic, yeah.
Sort of in line.
And just as a note, most of these events occur between June and September, so when we have most of our summer events. So these are the hopeful outcomes we would like to see from this project. Currently, we are on step 1, reviewing the entire program. Step 2 would be to amend the fees and charges bylaw with updated fees for special events. Step 3 is to create a general special events policy. We currently have special events mentioned in numerous different policies and bylaws, so consolidating that all into just one policy will improve clarity and consistency with the program, and will just make the process a lot easier for staff and for event organizers. And this kind of goes into step 4, which is creating a special events guide to publish for event organizers. This will include everything they need to know about hosting an event on city property, and will just make the process a lot clearer and easier for them, and hopefully, open the door to having more fun events on city property. And then step 5 will be to change the application form from a PDF to an embedded form on the website. And step 6 will be to create a policy for Hall Street Pier rentals. Jump into the review. So the city currently has certain requirements in place for obtaining a special events permit, but we are looking to expand on these requirements. So I'll go over like a couple of the requirements we have right now. Some of them are that we require insurance for large events, which are events over 50 people. Smaller events we don't require insurance coverage for, but we do require a signed insurance waiver, unless the smaller event is an event that requires some kind of physical activity. So like yoga in the park, for example, that would also require insurance. Events with food vendors must have been inspected in the last 12 months by Nelson Fire. Events with food vendors must also have a fire safety plan.
Councillor Wood?
Sorry. Just going back to the insurance, basically liability, is there a sort of step system in that? Like, street event is probably, there's more liability than yoga in the park. Is that considered, or is it just kind of a flat liability that you have to have for an event?
I would say it's a flat liability.
Any event, same thing, whether it's in the middle of the street or in a park. Okay.
Yeah, and the coverage, they have to have, the City of Nelson has to be added as an additional insured on their policy.
That's right.
And the coverage has to be $5 million per occurrence. Again, regardless of the event.
Okay, thank you.
We have been finding that the Municipal Insurance Agency of BC has been, MAABC has been very helpful in working with us and guiding us through this as well.
Just because I think I saw somewhere in here talking about like street events and having hard barriers rather than having just the old classic soft plastic thing. But now that this is happening, like if we're gonna have a street event, we have to have hard barriers.
Yeah, there's,
We'll get to
there,
that.
we'll get, there's some changes around that, I mean,
We'll come back to that.
so, have you had,
Yep, that's fine. I just was
I
curious
have
about
Councillor Page and then I have Councillor Payne.
This might be a little rapid fire, I don't want to take us off into a side tangent. You're mentioning things like yoga in the park, I don't know the classes you've been to, but they can be quite challenging, quite risky. But does that mean this event policy is also covering, when the RDCK books for day camps, the recreational uses of the fields, the baseball, like they come and get insurance from us, is that also covered under this piece of work?
Anyone renting any space through the RDCK also has to have their own insurance.
Okay, so then my one comment is Recreation has for some time directed staff at the RDCK to work on or investigate working on a shared model so that when people are picking fields and access, there's more of a one service desk. Is part of this review going to support that kind of work so that if the user groups are coming to the RDCK, they're not necessarily also having to go to Public Works or City Hall to pull the whole package together to book, say, a field for the year or?
Well, the sporting events is a little bit of a different
That's
animal. I mean, currently, based on what we've looked into so far, the regional district does require that that their patrons use the insurance, but they also go through MAABC.
Mm-hmm.
So that streamlines the process and keeps that simpler for people because it's the same process. But we haven't actually dealt with that directly, I don't think they set up with.
Not directly when they go through the RDCK, like, I do know that when people get insurance through MIABC, the City of Nelson is listed on there as well as the RDCK, so if that's the direction that you wanted to go, then I'm sure that it could.
Maybe just a
Look at
flag,
that.
I think there's some piece of process there that makes people go to both City Hall and the regional district to complete the package.
Yes.
And the direction from REC was to try and find a way to make it happen on one service desk.
Oh, interesting, okay.
Maybe a flag for
It'd be a lot of work. Yeah.
The RDCK picking up that work?
or whatever shared management agreement needs to be in place so that our needs are met when they're filling out or our forms are available or they're empowered to enact them in some way.
Certainly look into that, but I'm not sure, I mean, they take care of all sporting events that are booked through our facilities and parks as it is, that we don't approve those.
Yeah.
The RDCK takes care of, but we, I mean, you could
I
look
think they have a
into it.
requirement, I think there's some requirement that requires the user to go to City Hall, get something, take it back to, because it's a concern I hear every spring. Because they're
Thank you
like,
for
why can't
bringing
I just put it, why can't I go to one place and get
Yeah.
this done?
Well, thank you for bringing that forward, that's certainly something we can look at.
Maybe if there's a special event in a field, but normally it's just someone booking soccer or baseball or whatever, there's no special event. It's just, they go field rental at the RDCK, but if you had a special event perhaps that was gonna be on a soccer pitch, maybe a unique situation where you gotta pay the special event fee and the field booking, but that's pretty rare, I think.
That's pretty rare. There have been weddings that have been requested on soccer fields.
Mhm.
And so they have to do it, they have to book the field through the NVCC actually. And then they have to still fill in the special event application because they need they have special needs, parks related, that our staff would look after.
Different beat, a third different beat.
Yeah, so
That's pretty rare, it doesn't happen very
Fair.
often.
can we also have this, as the chair, can I ask that you actually put this question on the next?
There's already a direction from Recreation, a motion's been passed, they have it as, it's one of our actions, it's been there since maybe last fall.
Maybe we could bring it forward again then?
Yeah, I was just trying to connect. both
Yeah,
ends
yeah,
of
cause it seems like
That's great.
we just gotta make sure that we need to ask the question probably at both tables to make sure that we're.
Yeah, I think as you heard from Sabina, most of the work's on our side to make sure, that police is informed and the right equipment's there and gates are open and washrooms are open. I don't see the RD, nor would we want them to get in the middle of all that, right?
No, that's not but some policy work.
But it might be the opposite way. If it's a field and it's rare, then maybe we can just go ahead and book the field for them or something. It seems to be probably the bulk of the work's on our side and if it's the minor part, might be rarely on where you need that approval, and we could look at that side of it. It just doesn't
Could be
appear
both
that
ways.
Yeah.
we're going to be able to say, here, you take on what we're doing, because
Not
there
a
are
suggestion.
departments.
Yep, fair enough. We'll close the loop on it. Sorry, this take us off on a tangent, keep going.
Councillor Payne.
I'm just curious, it's stuck in my head, but I'm trying to think of an event that I've gone to where there hasn't been any physical activity. So everyone needs insurance then, basically. Okay, that's all I
Protect the
wanted to
city from any liability.
Unless
Well,
you're
you're
taking
thinking
your,
like kid's birthday party or something like.
that's pretty active.
Something like that,
Yeah.
would be the ones that don't, like a family barbecue down
Right.
at the side.
You're kidding,
That's
liability.
again small.
But a kid's birthday party, that's,
Well, part of this is us wanting to
oh,
look into.
yeah, that's what I was trying to think of, any of the events that I've been to and what hasn't. We get
Right.
together with a book club outside sometimes, but we don't usually book a place, we just bring our chairs and sit down.
Yeah, I think the reality is whatever the event is, someone can be injured and the city is sued because we have the deep pockets, right? So, and we can be 1% liable and the other party, you as a private individual or whatever, you don't carry that $5 million, someone is a paraplegic or whatever, if we don't have that insurance in place, then it's the city that's going to carry that loss ultimately, because you as an individual don't have that level of insurance, so or a nonprofit or a whatever, right? So that's why liability insurance is MIABC is trying to support these events going on, so they're not a for-profit entity, they're trying to support finding that balance, so I agree, probably most 90% of
So if I book the
99%.
gazebo at Lions Park to have a birthday party, I need insurance. That's what we're saying now. So basically every event. But previously we haven't, and that's one of the things we're looking at to determine. But it sounds like we're moving to the direction where any event that gets booked through the city will require insurance.
Yes.
Just wanted to be clear.
Okay, so our goal with this part of the review, kind of what we talked about, is to enhance safety and security measures for both the city as well as for event organizers and attendees, as safety should be the #1 priority. And the MIABC recently released a risk management guide, which is a guide that details how to protect the city as well as attendees when it comes to local government, special events, or city events. And one of these guidelines is to have an all-encompassing policy that details the safety requirements and the planning needed for special events, which is something we would like to create out of this review. Additionally, there's a lot of talk about event safety after the Lapu Lapu Day tragedy in Vancouver, and municipalities are awaiting direction from the province to see if they are going to start implementing any requirements for special events in cities. The province's inquiry report on public event safety was due last week, I believe, June 30th, and should be made available to the public soon. So once that is there, we will take an in-depth look at that and see like what we will need.
Christina, is MIABC given any direction at this stage?
No, they just have the guideline, but they haven't, which is it's a pretty general guideline, but they haven't said anything quite specific. I think they're probably also waiting for provincial direction, but yeah. And additionally, it's largely, as we mentioned, fire and police that focus on event safety. So this is a larger discussion that we'll have to have with all of these different departments moving forward. So some ideas we have for permitting requirements include first aid attendant requirements, as we mentioned, requiring event insurance for all events, no matter the type of event or the size of the event. A review of alcohol regulations, which are currently not permitted in city parks. Waste management plans. We talked about having a pre-event site walkthrough, so city staff member will walk through mainly for larger events, but will walk through the site with event organizers and detail any safety requirements, any amenities or anything they need to know about. And something else not listed on here is that Hydro has developed a signed electrical use agreement for any events that require electricity. So organizers will sign this document and will understand that any risks and regulations that come with having electricity at their event, and this document is in compliance with Technical Safety BC regulations.
Councilor Ward.
Thank you. So I just say the like electrical piece, in my experience, you do your best, but of course, like if it's raining, for example, and people are stringing all their cables to the main board and it's going through puddles, and like there's kind of a limit, like a manager, there's a limit to the risk aversion that you can do, and sometimes then you just have to kind of like hope that people are using common sense and that you can make it work. But there is this kind of limit of a combination of weather and the situation, and it's hard to like mitigate all of that, but it's see why you want to tighten this all up. Yeah. For sure. So.
Councilor Lockenberg.
Apologies if this is kind of dumb.
It's never dumb. Remember, there is no dumb question.
Kevin, I thought that there was a principle where if we had a policy, the city is protected from liability if we're following our policy. Does that not apply in this case?
No, that's more if we set a service level and create, what would normally be a nuisance or a damage to a residence. For example, sewage backup's a good example. It's an impractical amount of expenditure to go out and, whatever, route every sewage line in every house in the city every year to, so we can make sure that no root ball ever gets in someone's sewage and backs up in their basement. So that's that policy decision. Snow plowing, as you know, was one that, yes, if we wanted to make sure nobody ever slipped, we could be plowing 24/7 and salting and sanding and all those things. And so again, as long as we make reasonable policy decisions that, that this level of expenditure makes sense. But if we, like any negligence, we owe a duty of care. If we're gonna invite the public to do something in one of our spaces and we don't follow that duty of care, and again, we can be 1% liable. There's been lots of cases where somebody, I remember when I was with the school district, these people came home drunk and climbed up on a playground equipment and fell off and broke their neck, and the city was deemed liable for 10% liable because we didn't have the proper, well, not we, but that municipality didn't have the proper pea gravel down there, and the person might have not been as injured if we had the proper, or that city had the proper pea gravel down there. So that's joint and several liability. Is ultimately someone has to pay for that person's care for the rest of their lives, and then the person with the deep pockets ultimately carries that. So that's why we need to make sure that, the event organizer, first of all, as they're talking about here, has a properly planned event. They understand, the risks, the people are communicated, all that sort of thing. So yeah, it feels overly bureaucratic, but unfortunately that's.
Yeah, I hear that, and I worry sometimes about the cycle that we get into where the line keeps moving, so that, once the new norm is established as being a certain level of bureaucratic kind of protection, then that's the new norm. And now we're like, it'll move again in 4 or 5 years. It feels to me that I would prefer to be on this line of safety. So maybe safety is not our top priority. The actual event and the enjoyment of that amenity is the top priority because that's the very reason it exists. And safety would be the second priority in that respect. I just worry about,
a playground's a good example. Like the top priority of a playground is, the people who use it need to be safe on it, right? That doesn't mean, we need the proper, ground cover, we need to make sure the equipment is maintained, we need to do all those things because you as a parent bringing your child down there expect all those things to be in place, right? You're not out in your back 40, the swing you made off a tire swing you made over the creek, right? And even that homeowner now, if it was your home and you invited someone there on that tire swing and they went and broke their neck, you as a private citizen would be liable.
I hear that there's an alternate movement somewhat in the UK, I think, and maybe this is happening on that example, where going the opposite direction. So making playgrounds less safe, making things less managed and bureaucratic, and having some positive results, in part because it communicates to the public, hey, you're responsible. Like we're not here as a city to look and protect your safety when you can, in every circumstance, you're responsible for assessing the situation. And I get this is different. It's just a general principle of.
One, I think that's.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's ultimately senior levels of government. They could rewrite laws where
you know, they could exempt municipalities
Yeah.
from being sued.
Something for FCM.
Yeah.
Thanks, sorry about that.
So as I mentioned earlier, our fees have not been changed since the program's inception, or at least in the last 20 years, despite rising costs for the city, and rising pressure on the city to, with more events. Meanwhile, most other municipalities increase their special event fees annually, whether this be by a certain percentage or a certain amount. We looked at many different municipalities around BC, and the average we found was a 2 to 3% increase per year. Additionally, we do not charge for any extra services or rentals event organizers may require. And this is something, again, that every other municipality in BC we researched does charge for. It was very rare we would come across one that does not charge for services or rentals. And finally, our fee structure is another thing that I'll get into this a bit later, but the way we assess fees is something that needs improvement. And one last thing about charging for services and rentals, this is one of our highest costs when it comes to special event, and it is the one part of it that we don't charge for.
Can you give me an example? You could say services and rentals.
Yep. So this includes, like Sabina mentioned earlier, unlocking of facilities, keeping washrooms open late at night. If there's an emergency or a problem with electricity, getting like someone out there right away, waste management, things like that. Yeah.
And okay, as you're reviewing these fee structures, one of the things, will we be able to build some flexibility in it? So like I hate when we get numbers, we stratify inside of a document and hopefully get back to it within 5 to 7 years. So is there going to be some flexibility to allow staff to ascertain real costs as we're going forward and keep up with that?
That is something we're hoping to do, is be able to really look at the actual costs, because for some events, depending on the time of the day, staff will record it to a work order number that is just gets absorbed into their daily tasks. It's not actually pulled out as for a special event. So yes, we do need to look at that. I think with Hydro's numbers for call outs and for services, we started doing that a number of years ago. So we were averaging, I want to say around 10,000 a year. Chris Jury can correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, it was, So that was the one number we sort of had more of a solid number with, but we started looking into our own numbers with operations, and it was like, yeah, we can't really quite nail this down. So definitely we want to look at that going forward.
Okay.
So this slide is for your reference, and to look at what some other municipalities are doing in terms of how they assess their fees and what their fees are. As you can see, a lot of them charge hourly rates while we don't charge hourly rates. Penticton, for example, is a good example. They charge based on the event organizer rather than the event type. And the main thing that I wanted to highlight with this is that the extras section, we are the only ones that charge no fees, while all of these municipalities do charge extra fees for services and rentals. And again, we looked at, this is five cities, but we looked at many more, and most of the ones we looked at did charge these extra fees. So this is our current fee
has a
structure.
question.
I'm just curious, so these are, I know the one down says waterfront park comparative analysis, like, I'm just interested in those cities. They're not cities that we normally compare ourselves against. We normally compare ourselves against similar sized cities with similar and some geographic affiliation.
So the reason we chose these cities is because they have a strong special events policy. We looked at a lot of cities around the Kootenays. We looked at a lot of cities that are closer to Nelson, but a lot of them just don't have a special events policy in place, so there was nothing we could really compare this project to. And these ones, we chose these ones specifically just because they had stronger like foundations of these special events policies and these fee structures, so we thought looking at ones that already have a strong established policy and fee structure will help us, will guide us in creating our own strong policy. And yeah, that's why we chose these specific cities. So yeah, our current fee structure, this shows how we determine fees. And we wanted to point out a couple of gaps in this structure here. One is the fact that there's no permit fee in place for events at the Hall Street Pier besides weddings. So there's the $500 for weddings, but if someone wants to have another kind of event on the pier, there's no fee for that. Another one is that any non-park locations such as the Hall Street Plaza or Baker Street don't have any booking fees. And again, there's no additional fee for services or rentals. And then one thing here in the event type, so the community versus public events, these tend to get pretty confusing for event organizers. Community events are defined as free to the general public, while public events are defined as organized by not-for-profits and may be free to the public, but may also include fundraising. So when organizers are applying to these programs, they have to choose whether it's a private, community, or public event, and this, this part of the application tends to get pretty confusing. And again, we were one of the only municipalities that we looked at that assesses fees in this way, so we'll be looking into reassessing this section.
Councilor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. So any non-park location, Hall Street Plaza, Baker Street, no booking fee. I just wanted to clarify that because Baker Street is a public commons, you can't actually close it off and charge a fee. That's correct, right?
Sorry, say that again.
As far as I just remember running events on Baker, you can't actually close off a public street and charge a fee to get in. Is that correct?
The city of Nelson doesn't allow that? It's not a legislative.
I just have it in my memory somewhere
No,
that.
Street Fest, so your memory isn't wrong. So when we used to have Street Fest, which is now going back many years, probably before some of you around the table in Nelson, but that was always that group said, can we charge a fee? But I mean, I think part of it, and that's where my memory would be very foggy, is I know that we didn't. And then that the hope is that, people would pay those that were performing on the street through passing the hat to offset the cost. But because of the fact that for whatever reason, I think there's just so many ways that you could get onto Baker Street that made it kind of prohibitive to say everybody have to funnel through A and nowhere else. But I mean, that was one of the issues too, is that they weren't able to raise any funds because they couldn't charge admission. So it'd be interesting to know if there was some kind of regulation that said can't charge a fee, or it was just the fact that the strategy was not possible given the numerous entry points to Street Fest activities. But there was definitely no fee, and I know that I do recall definitely that conversation at the time that Street Fest was running, so.
And you probably have residents, you probably have restaurants, you probably have this thing where the public needs to go, or services, or things like that. I don't, we can look into it. I don't think that's a provincial or somebody else's legislation. That's probably was the policy of council at the time to, as the mayor said, here's all the challenges with allowing someone to try to create.
It's just like, I'm just thinking of cost recovery for an event on Baker that somebody might wanna do, and I think that is, in my experience, that was always a challenge. You put out the can and you hope people, and often people were very generous. But you couldn't plan, like that you were gonna run an event, you were gonna make this much because everyone was funneling through the entrance and the exits and all that kind of stuff, because it was just open commons. So that was a challenge, and that to keep doing that year over year. So I'm just curious as you're doing your work here to have an understanding of that. Thank you.
That's a very interesting point though, because in some ways, if you're charging a fee to enter into an event, it's almost like it's a private event.
Yes.
But anything on Baker Street would be viewed as a community event, which we wouldn't charge a fee for.
That's right. Because everyone's come on down, right?
Yes, yes,
But it does make it very challenging for the provider of the event.
yes.
I just need to clarify that. So if you charge a fee to attend something, that makes it a private event? So when you go to the Capitol, seems like a public event to me, but I pay for my ticket.
Are you saying that's our current definition? I
Trying
think,
to
I think they're
understand.
identifying, that's where we need to clarify.
Yeah.
That's where it's confusing.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, I get
the
the
reality is a private
non-profit
event is
profit.
restricted to certain people. You know, I'm having a wedding and I would say that's a private event, but
That's a private event.
right, if someone from the private sector goes to Hall Street Plaza to have a beer fest, is that a private or community event? You know, I think that's where the clarity has to come in because
Or the Hall Street Pier, if that's
That's
to
what
be
I
a
mean.
wedding, is,
Yeah.
can you wander into the wedding zone?
But that was
well, no,
really
that
clear.
would be,
That
yeah,
was clear.
we would, you know, we have to figure out how we use the Hall Street Pier to have private events versus public events where everyone's, well, even if it's a public ticketed event, you know, you can't wander into the thing if you didn't buy a ticket to the beer fest or whatever, I guess.
And currently, we're also seeing that that's part of what we're speaking to is the confusion between private and community. We've had groups come forward that are private groups, but they'll say, well, it's a community event, anybody can come.
Yeah.
But how often are people just gonna show up at a private group's party or organized event? And so, yeah, that's what we're seeing, that you could say, yeah, and whether someone is profiting from people showing up to that event, it's not for us to say.
Right.
But they will promote it as a free community event, so they may not have to pay fees.
Interesting.
And this was a pretty good transition into the Hall Street.
Perfect.
Yeah, so the biggest gap with the pier is that there's currently no existing policy for booking out the pier. So there's lots of questions around booking out the pier, such as what the fees are for non-wedding events, liability and insurance, what vendors get when booking the pier, how we'll maintain public access to pier even during private events. So that's all something that we want to consolidate into one policy, just so that when we do get people coming to operations and asking to book the pier for an event, we know exactly what to provide them with. So part of this policy, as we were just talking about, is that we want to ensure that public access is maintained to the pier at all times during a special event, even if it's a private event. We would like to require insurance for all pier bookings. And yeah, the creation of this policy will just help guide the operations team in booking future events in the pier and hopefully let us, have fun, cool events on the pier.
Counselor Payne?
I just also want to clarify that I'm assuming the fees will ensure that the pier is cost neutral, because my understanding was one of the first things we did when we came together at this table was authorize a $900,000 overage to complete the pier. And part of that, we did some calculations on how we could generate income to pay for that through pier rentals. So when I see cost neutral, I'm like, well, that's not really what we were talking about, was it? The idea was to generate a certain amount of targeted income to offset that unbudgeted expenditure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's our understanding as well as staff, that would be incorporated into a fee structure. And I think part of that
That's what I was just not clear
yeah,
about.
rolled into the weddings aspect of that, and that was just something we did early on because there was such a
We could book them.
start booking these things, but that's part of the overall objective is, yes, to recover some of that cost.
Okay.
Yeah, and even the maintaining access to the public of the pier, that's ultimately a council decision. If you want us to focus more on revenue generation and you're fine to close off the whole space for an event, then that likely is going to probably generate more revenue. I don't have to worry about strangers walking into the middle of my wedding. I would prefer that, some of these other things aren't happening when these events are on. So I think all this is, ultimately, I think we need to bring back, how we're going to generate the revenues that we had anticipated and what the best strategy for that is. And you need to balance that with, how much public access are you willing to, maintain or reduce to, generate those revenues. So I think we can bring all that ultimately back to you when we kind of work on this policy.
So something that's very interesting to take forward for further discussion. Because I know through our discussions with MIABC, they've even talked about and other communities we've spoken to about maintaining public access. And a lot of communities that were no longer renting out their piers because there were these issues. But I do know we have user groups that also need access to a certain floating dock that we just didn't want to disrupt their usage, or if someone had a reason to go down to the swim docks. But that's certainly open for discussion.
Yeah, I think that's where that balance ultimately comes in, and as Councillor Payne said, the decision of council when they went ahead with the additional expenditure was for us to generate the revenues as the not necessarily the prime consideration, but certainly it had to be achieved as part of a balanced policy on this.
So here, as we kind of just talked about, we have another comparison. So as Mark just mentioned, a lot of municipalities don't actually book out their piers, and we talked to them and asked why. A lot of the reasons were just because they wanted to fully maintain public access to their piers, liability, logistics, and things like that. So we took a couple of cities that do rent out their piers, but then we also decided to compare to some just waterfront parks. And some of the main things that we want to point out here is that all of them require that access to the public must be maintained. We talked to North Vancouver, and they mentioned that just because it is city, like a public park, they always require public access to their pier. Another thing is that most of them do have the same prices for their piers compared to other city parks. However, they charge more for weddings on their piers or their waterfront parks. And many of them don't permit alcohol. A lot of what we looked at is that alcohol is fully not permitted on their piers or waterfront parks. There were some rare cases where they are permitted, such as Kelowna here, for example, but a lot of them just don't permit alcohol in their parks.
Thank you. So, I mean, obviously, for me, it's like liability, right? As soon as you introduce alcohol on a pier, somebody stumbles into the water and so on and so forth. So, I'm just wondering, like, would that be something that you would like look at the cost benefit or the risk factors of doing that here? Because I mean, having a wedding with no alcohol, probably not.
Yeah, and this is also, so this is again preliminary, so this is a larger discussion we'll have to have with police and fire around safety and liability. It is definitely something we'll talk about and look into, but for now, this is just kind of where we are.
Thank you.
Don't allow on parks, but it is something that we'll look into, yeah.
Councillor Tate.
I have two questions. My first question is, dig into that alcohol regulations, because I find it confusing that you could be permitted versus must obtain liquor license. Because I don't know if you're just gonna have all your guests carry their 2 beers that they're allowed or whatever. I'm just curious. I don't understand what no staking means. Can you teach me?
Yes. No staking is on any grass park. So because the pier has the grassy area there, this was part of a larger discussion we want to have if this is included as part of the pier rental. But for these waterfront parks with grassy areas, it just means you can't, like if you're
like a big
tent.
tent.
Yeah, you can't just
like
insert
actual stakes of tents.
Yeah, exactly.
And not like stakes of like snow fencing, like no public allowed?
No.
That kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Great, thanks.
And then one last thing here is that most or all of the waterfront parks and piers we looked at require a damage deposit. Okay, and last but not least is the application process. So this is another part we'd like to see some improvements in. I already mentioned the public versus community versus private event confusion. But one of the big parts of the application is that it's currently a PDF on the website, and this often makes it difficult for organizers, as a lot of them download the PDF, print it out, fill it out by hand, and then scan it again and send it to us. So we'd like to change this into an online submission form, just to make it a lot easier for organizers as well as for staff. Part of this online submission form will also allow submission of any accompanying forms such as insurance or event safety plans and things of the sort, and we'll just like make it a much more clear and streamlined process when applying for the event, and it'll eliminate a lot of back and forth between staff and event organizers, as there's currently a bit of confusion around our current form.
If I may, would you not just set up like a Google form and then just keep it simple?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
something this is something we need to discuss further, but a Microsoft form, I believe, is something we were looking into.
Sure,
That's something that, Microsoft form, those are the two options, either Microsoft form or just embedded directly in the website, but we'll see. Some cities, I believe it was Victoria, uses a Microsoft form, while a lot of them just have the applications straight in their website, so we'll look at what.
If I may, for staff and a general principle, sometimes just do the easy thing, right? Like Google Form takes 5 minutes to set up, super secure. And rather than having to cause the problem with working with the website is the cycle there is so long to get anything going on the
Yeah,
website.
we're really looking at how we automate processes, so, we need processes that it can go through all the approval processes and, get booked and all those sorts of things is, that's what saves time on our end is how do we make it easy for you to fill it out, but then once it's filled out, it goes to the right people, it goes in there, the parks person knows that this event's happening and shows up on their schedule, so we're really looking at how we, do better at way, those things, because right now we have way too many manual processes and way too many chances that things get missed or all those sorts of things.
Yeah, and as a general principle, there are some things that are just so proven, done easy, that do allow for automations out of the box that you don't have to go
Yeah, we
through.
don't look at customized things,
Yeah, just
Obviously, we're looking at GIS and, every one of these places is a place that you would, could be part of your GIS and, there's, so, we hear you that we certainly don't wanna reinvent wheels and make things simple, but automated, that we don't spend all this admin time on, cause you guys have addressed how much admin time we spend on these things.
I also just wanted to add, we absolutely need to redo the form itself. It's a little bit misleading and confusing to some. If we need to get it redone, that's why we also want to absolutely include it in this, because it needs to be streamlined. But the other thought process and what we've seen from other communities that we really liked about the embedded form is that you can't move forward unless you have all your ducks in a row. You need your insurance, because as Lisa can attest to, we're chasing people to make sure they have all their ducks in a row, and we don't have the time for that. And so sometimes events will go through without, it'll just happen because how do we cancel it the day before? And yes, we'll get them to you, yes, we'll get them, and it just does not happen. So that's a concern for us, and so it would be really nice to have something that's just streamlined, and then, nope, you don't have this, okay, well, we'll wait till you get that, and then we can move forward in the application process. I don't know, I mean, Lisa, you may wish to add to that. It needs work.
This is alive for me in this moment, because just yesterday at my organization, we went through this process very, very similar. It was like a PDF form that had to be filled out, and it was this long, complicated process. And in the course of one meeting, we had a form that had all of those approvals that needed to happen embedded into the website.
Yep.
And it just speaks to sometimes when we're overthinking, there's a solution just right there that we can just snap and get back.
Excellent.
Yeah, anyway,
We'll talk to you next week.
yeah.
You're on that committee.
Okay, and then one last thing about the application process is that so we currently require, as per bylaw, you must apply for a special event permit 30 days before the date of your event, but the operations team gets a lot of late applications. And this is really difficult, as Mark was mentioning. There's a lot of moving departments that you have to communicate with to have an event. There's police, there's hydro, there's a lot of departments. So this can be really difficult to do if you get if the operations team gets an application a week before an event, for example. So as we move forward, once we make changes, we'll recommend introducing a late application fee to hopefully deter some of these late applications and make the process overall easier, not just for staff, but for event organizers as well. So yeah.
And I assume we'll recognize certain circumstances when you don't have 30 days in advance. Did I see the celebration of
You're just getting married tomorrow and
Or just let us know when you're gonna die, Kevin. No. But yeah,
I will.
Yes, we would have extended.
At least 30 days.
30 days. Yeah, so I just wanna make sure that we're.
So yeah, this was kind of a quick introduction to our initial findings of our review. And once we further develop these and come up with some policies and steps to strengthen the program, we'll come back to council and present these policies, present the new application form. Yeah, are there any more questions for us as of now?
Councilor Payne.
So I know we aren't really at the fees yet, but I did check with some communities in our area, and Castlegar Trail and Cranbrook don't have fees. So that's gonna be an interesting one.
I think that's, so I heard her say that there was no comparable policies with
Yeah,
fees.
that's why I'm just saying that is how do we find that, sweet spot where we wanna make sure that our facilities are being utilized by the taxpaying residents of our community in a way that maximizes, our vision according to the OCP and our strategic plan, and still maintain the ability to provide that level of service that we want to provide. So I think it's just important to understand that. I know they don't charge for parking in Trail either, but I'm not saying
Oh, they
that.
do. 10 cents.
They charge for
Is it park, is it Trail or Castlegar?
Castlegar doesn't charge for parking.
Sorry.
They're trying to figure out where their downtown is.
Okay, so I'm not trying to say we need to be that. I think we need to be aware of what the environment is that when we're making those considerations.
Any further questions, councillors? Okay, seeing none at this time. If any councillors leave the room and go home tonight and can't sleep, do you have a point person that you would like to have any comments written to, or would you prefer that we just do this traditional through Kevin, and then Kevin can, if something
It's fine.
comes up?
Stick with tradition. That's
Okay,
fine by us.
so through Kevin, and then he will pass it along to the group if there's something that comes up that you didn't think about while we were here. And I just wanna thank you. It's a great summation of and we just sort of think it's like, oh, I wanna go to Gyro Park, and then when you suddenly start realizing all of the issues, I'm very glad to see that safety and looking at and hearing you talk about other communities that you kind of went and chatted with, that safety is a top priority in terms of Councillor Lockenberg and the points he brings up. It's very unfortunate that we've become a society that's so risk averse. When I think I'm pretty sure that all of us have fallen off of something and nobody sued anybody. But this is 2025, and risk aversion is something that is top of mind for everybody, and the fact that we now see more and more litigation ongoing for even the smallest incidents. So all of those things are somewhat unfortunate, but I'm glad that safety is a top priority when you're looking at how we streamline these uses of our public spaces for our citizens. So anyways, so thank you, Christina and Sabine and Lisa and Mark, and we welcome to have you back again as you continue to develop this process, because I think what we learned here was that it was not an easy process when we talked about this in terms of the pier, and then realizing, okay, the system needs to be revamped in general. And so thank you for your work to date and your ongoing work for the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Yes.
Sorry, excuse me, through the chair, I forgot to ask when we're gonna expect this to come back. I forgot to ask, sorry.
It's okay.
Because you're here for a year, is this, do you have an idea on the timeline?
We were talking about, it's difficult now because the special events team, so right now during the summer is when they have all of their special
The
events, so
height.
it's the height, it's a lot of extra work. and-
Lots of case studies.
Yeah,
It's perfect time.
Yeah, so we were hoping sometime in September,
Oh,
something
that
like
soon?
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so like
That's our goal.
before the spring,
Fall-ish.
yeah.
Yeah, before the
I'm
spring.
gonna say before the spring.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
thank you.
ready to go for next year, basically.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Yes.
Thank
Okay,
very much.
Yes,
Thank
thank
you.
Okay, councillors being sensitive to time, we've got half an hour, we do have to watch dinner tonight. Item number 6 on our agenda is the city manager's verbal report, so Kevin, if you
Yeah, I don't
have
have,
anything.
yeah, a lot of pressing, as I mentioned, I think as far as construction in the downtown, the next larger project is work on Stanley. You know, I think someone confirmed that the paving on Kootenai has been done, and obviously the transit exchange opened, which is really great news. Just for, I don't know if the public's watching, but just a reminder that it's far from complete. There will be shelters there, washroom will go in there, so there's still lots of work to be done. We have not, and we're still working on trying to figure out break room and washroom facilities with, for our drivers. That was probably something that probably should have been dealt with at the time the transit exchange was developed, but again, we don't have a lot of surplus land in our downtown to accommodate those type of facilities. We are trying to work with the province in the Pink Building and reached out to TELUS on their building, so there's ongoing work trying to find a better solution, so we do appreciate that. So two things, as a result of that, we've kept the lunchroom at the existing exchange, so that's why we haven't turned that back into parking, because our drivers need to use that facility for their breaks, so that's preventing us from turning that back into parking at this stage. And you know, the library folks have been generous enough to accommodate the drivers using the washrooms there until we find a better solution there as well.
That's interesting. I saw this a little bit more on the cement going in around the bulb around the library. There's a little extra work there with the waterworks, and I see that we're tearing up the top of Stanley now to make some interconnections. I'm curious what our plan looks like for the revitalization of that Warden Baker Street exchange. I'm not clear what we intend to do, if much of anything, to rehabilitate or decommission. I don't know which pieces of infrastructure are coming out, or if we're making any, visual aesthetic improvements to the area. And I think I would like to understand a little bit more how imperative it is that we don't leverage the city building at the library for lunchrooms. Like, I would hate to go too long without starting to reclaim that space over lunchrooms, unless there was a conflict that I thought was really snickety, but there's two questions there.
Can you
Yeah,
speak to that?
on the first part, so my understanding is part of the project, Mar West will pivot over to the existing exchange and remove all the metal infrastructure that's attached to the building. I think there's some cement blocks too that are there, so they'll remove all of that.
Smooth it all out.
Yeah, and then after that, we'll kind of leave it in that condition, and then we can decide where we're gonna put parking or how that's gonna look, but they'll have that all removed, and they've already had conversations with the building owner as far as what needs to get pulled out and patched up. Then on the library piece, so I'm not sure,
Yeah,
Yeah,
what was the
what was
question?
the question?
Well, like if
Yeah.
like Martex needs to go over there, do some infrastructure, there's some parking and line painting
Yes.
that needs to go on. I'm just wondering how much of a big deal it is that the transit drivers are using a break room that we have right there with the door right there. Door, and you come in, you're in the, you don't even have to go through the whole library,
At the library.
at the library.
Yeah, it was a concern definitely of the library and library board. I think Jesse, you've probably been part of those
Yeah.
discussions
The
and
bathrooms are maybe less of a hassle than
Yeah.
the break room, because that's where they debrief staff in there, it's like that's their only private meeting space. So using the bathroom is maybe slightly separate, although it's
Okay,
been
fair.
clumped together, but
Yeah.
that break room is definitely a hot button issue at the library for sure, so they do use it for things that they couldn't use it for if there was outside people using their staff room.
yeah, we have over 40 transit drivers now with Kootenai West,
Yeah.
right?
Big enough to accommodate.
Yeah, so,
And I don't know how
And
many of
they're-
them would have a break at the same time in the same lunchroom, but yeah.
right, and that's part of the challenge as well, they're all would be there at different times, so it's not like you would tie it up for an hour. You would potentially tie it up ongoing throughout the day, and what do we do in the evenings, and so we do have to find a better solution. Obviously, the one that makes most sense is if we can get space in the building, but there with IH moving out of there and then considering moving tenants from here to there is why that delay is, because they don't have, I don't think they have their plans sorted out at this stage yet. The first part of that is IH, was delayed moving into their new facilities. I think have leased space, I think, in the gray building for mental health, some of mental health services, so I think IH is still sorting out their stuff. The province is still sorting out what this looks like with IH moving out, and we're
I just
stuck
heard
in the
them
middle
announce
of it.
August though, so you're saying that's not correct?
Pardon?
I thought I just heard them announce August, so that's not correct, that's been
I'm
delayed?
moving out?
On moving in, on opening.
Oh, yeah, they-
I heard the opening was gonna be
Yeah,
August.
but they're not, that all of Council Payne, all of the people in the pink building are not moving up to the new campus site.
Okay, so it'll be like
Mental
a
health
roll
is staying in
opening then.
downtown.
I got that one.
So they have leased that space.
And
I'm
there are
just
other
saying
ministries
those
in there
were
as well.
decisions that had to be made for the province to figure out what they were doing with the pink building. Apparently the RD is also looking at, are they gonna stay in that building for their EM services? So there's a lot of moving parts that have kind of paralyzed, I guess, if that's too strong of a word, or have not allowed the province to,
If we're not getting a decision made, I think that, do we not have this on as a potential that we could be discussing at UBCM? I would see that as a staff meeting at
Yeah, well,
UBCM if
we're
we're
hoping-
continuing to struggle with trying to figure out what they're doing with the pink building, just in general.
Yeah.
Because that affects obviously some of our, on the other thing, that affects some of our leasehold agreements here in our building. We do really need to know what
Yeah, I just want to
the
clarify,
government is doing.
our staff have been working on this for a while. This isn't, we didn't just figure this out yesterday. It's unfortunate that the building that makes most sense got tied up in all their stuff that they were doing, so that's kind of what happened.
So, thank you, through the chair, so do I
Okay.
understand that the washrooms are accessible and fine right now, and the break room is library break room is in flux and we're doing what we're doing? And I don't understand the geometry of the building very well, but there's no other spaces in the police components of the building that could be reassigned? You've already looked at this, I'm sure, yeah?
Yeah, they're pretty cramped for space now, right? You
Yeah.
talk to police and library, they'll both say the same thing. I think right now they've got a bit of a makeshift spot when you go in the doors there that they are using to take a quick break. It's probably not sustainable long-term, but
Yeah.
it's something that would be a little more accommodating would be ideal.
Right, and may I ask, was the previous break room is a rented space?
Yes,
So we do have some budget to consider renting somewhere else in the pink building is what you're saying. So are there other buildings that you're looking at in that vicinity. I'm thinking of the one across the street where the
Yeah.
music studio is as an example.
Capital
I'm just
Legion.
curious.
Telus building there it
The
is,
Telus
right?
building, so
yeah.
you're kind of investigating all those different
Yeah,
opportunities.
pink building again would be perfect if we
Yeah.
could figure something out.
The green room side on Taco is empty for,
Oh, yeah.
it's right there.
Yeah, I was thinking also the WorkSafe building.
Yeah, WorkSafe has the one that comes to my mind that's on the other corner, but
Okay, thank you for checking. Thank you for checking.
Okay, that's kind of it for me.
so, Mr. Bury, are we still financially sound here in the city of Nelson?
I've been away for a couple of weeks, just got back yesterday,
Still have
but
money in the
I
bank.
still have access to the bank account.
I was gonna say, so where did you go and when will we see those receipts come through the financial reporting?
No, everything's moving along nicely. We're collected, we had our tax deadline. We make our remittances for school tax and to the RDCK, so some big payments will come out, but
We're flush.
yes.
Yeah.
Probably the peak is right now.
And as I always ask, will we see the report on, because I'm always curious about how many people are doing deferred taxes. We don't really get to see that until September or October, right?
How many are deferring taking
property
advantage of that
taxes?
program? Yeah, and I
Yeah.
think every year we sort of bring a bit of like how many people paid online, how many people claimed a homeowner grant, that kind of statistical type thing. We'll be doing a Q2 update pretty soon, I think maybe at the next meeting.
Next meeting, yeah.
So maybe we can bring some property tax
Yeah,
information.
so I'm always curious to see how that number of deferred taxes is creeping up. Okay, so Q2. Okay, anything from the corporate officer? No, the general manager is taking his time off.
Maybe just one other
Rick?
thing I'll mention
Sorry?
is, and maybe I mentioned this last time, that we have been going through sort of projects and initiatives that we have on the go, and we will, bring a report just to give council a sense of, especially some of these regulatory things, everything from like now that Mountain Station is considered a dam, we have a whole dam safety plan that we have to be in compliance with. Finally, they recognized that the Nelson Hydro had a dam, that we have a whole compliance thing to fit there as well. So these regulatory sides of the business are, just getting more and more complex as we go on. We will share, we got an interim report on some of the Steep Creek work we've been doing, so that's a whole plan in itself. So there's a lot of those type of things that are under play, from the water side, from the storm the sanitary side. There's just the level of regulation and requirements that we need to meet, and is staggering.
Is there an opportunity to share some of those regulatory projects with other municipalities? Like if Cranbrook has to meet those same cemetery requirements, can we partner up and hire the same consultant to do that? Are we trying to do it all internally? I'm just curious how that,
no,
when
we
there's
just-
big mountains to climb, can we pull each other up?
I think staff is the people that work in that field are, in our area are 5 or 6 firms that do that type of work. So I think we're all probably competing with each other, trying to, get this work done. We do use consultants for a lot of that work. However, someone on our side has to manage that project, right? They ultimately have to be the one signing off, making sure that consultants have the right information and, the data we hold, et cetera. So there are a significant impact on our staffing, even though we use consultants to, we don't have expertise to do a dam safety plan, right? And you have to have companies come in and do the measurements of, is the bank moving or not moving, and all those sorts of things. So those are all someone's having to manage those processes to make sure they all get done in time. We have that, there's a whole list of work that has to be done at the Bonington Falls generating plant out there to, from gates to, you name it. So there's a whole work plan that comes out of, these processes that end up being capital works that, again, and now there's another project that we're managing to, to do the capital work that's associated with it. So it's, the regulatory is the start of the sort of the process.
I think just in terms of your question and like asking about regulatory compliance, I think that it becomes difficult because even if Cranbrook had a dam, their dam probably looks different than our dam. But I think I have heard staff in the past talk about things like when we're looking at, say, GIS, that we are working with Castlegar and trying to figure out whether or not there is something that we could be doing together that would lessen our costs or not have us repeating the work that's done. But when I think about the steep creeks and stuff, those are all so, they're all so personalized to the city of Nelson that it's hard to look at doing work with a adjacent community. I mean, obviously, I in my mind, whether it ever works that way, like steep creek work needs to be done with the regional district, right? Because none of these creeks that I last looked start in the city of Nelson, but they do flow. They do flow through here. So I think there is opportunities, and I'm pretty sure that staff is trying to capitalize on those wherever possible, particularly when we're trying to get grants. So that not only is there competition for the expertise and consultants, there's the always ongoing competition for grants to support things going forward. Councillor Payne, you had a question.
Yeah, it was just for the corporate officer, just an update on the accessibility committee.
The accessibility committee? It's status quo, same as
That's, yeah, so where are we at then? Cause I
So-
understand the application to be on the committee is still up, but you're not actually taking
Okay.
applications right now, is that correct?
we are, well, we have the internal committee and yeah, I guess it is still up.
So, but we're not taking it, I'm trying to understand, it's up, so we're looking for an external committee to start, or
not right
we're-
now, we've got an
So
internal.
should we take that down then if we're not
Yes.
actually looking for? Yeah. I think that's a little frustrating for some individuals who would like to be involved due to their inaccessibility, and I think the market really fueled that for them, so. And the work that the internal accessibility group is doing, when will we hear more about that? I can't remember what the legislation was around that.
So the legislation really wants, it's just so that all the work that a local government does has a lens of accessibility. So all the capital projects that we're undertaking have this lens, and that's where the committee, the internal committee, is doing work. Like we had an accessibility consultant come in, and she provided a long list of recommendations, and it's just something that we keep in mind every time that we undertake a different project or a new project in the city.
So are you looking for a workshop to get up to date on where this is at?
No, I just, a lot of it for me came up through the market relocation, and many of the people I spoke to felt it was inaccessible. So if decisions like that aren't going through the accessibility group, who is giving that lens on accessibility?
Well, when there was a redesign for Cottonwood Park, the internal committee did use the consultant, the accessibility consultant, and worked with her to develop Cottonwood Park so that it was accessible. So
when you get there.
Yes.
Accessibility to me is, are you able to access it?
Okay.
Is that not, that's,
No,
so
I
maybe
think-
I'm not understanding, so maybe I need a workshop.
I think
That's
there's 8 different
Yeah, I
things
think,
that we need to look at.
yeah, I think accessibility of, is the sidewalk accessible to go down Baker Street, right? Do we have letdowns on the curbs? How you get to Baker Street is probably not where the bulk of the work is done. Does transit have, you know,
Yeah, we have
capability of taking
accessibility
someone
on
out?
our transit to
Right.
get to,
Right.
well, on most of them. I tried to get on with the stroller the other day, that wasn't working out for us, but that's.
So, yeah, so I think those components, I don't, the accessibility plan is about, can everyone get to every park in Nelson, if you're in a wheelchair, like, I don't think that's likely the focus is, if you get there, can you get around that amenity, right?
And I guess it's not every park, but I'm thinking when we hold public events, does accessibility mean the majority of people can get to them? Like we've had open houses at the Rod and Gun Club. That is very challenging for me to get to on a winter's evening.
Yeah.
It's a long walk.
Yeah, and I
There's
think-
no bus stop, there's, you
Right.
know.
I think,
So is that accessibility? That's what I'm trying to understand better.
yeah, I think in the broader sense, if you're looking through that accessibility lens, are we holding events where there's central and people can, that the bulk of the people can get there, there's not a, there's a proper wheelchair ramp that you can get into the building, and, I think that is,
They have to drive to it.
right, and I think that's, I think whether you drive to there or not is, I think all those things are ultimately in the broader picture is the goal that, I think there's two goals. One, the places we have, if you manage to get there, you can get around in them and they're accessible. And the other thing is when we have, a council meeting that you can get here.
Well, or you can hear it or see it.
Or hear it or
listen
see it,
to
right.
Like, it's not just about
I get that.
physical ableness,
It's not always a physical
right?
thing.
Right.
And that's
It's not
why the
always
other
a
part to me is the socioeconomic accessibility.
Yeah, I think
Is
those are
that
all
included?
factors.
I don't know.
That was not one of the recommendations in our plan, but that doesn't mean that eventually it won't be.
Okay.
Because there are quite a few things that we can consider. And we talked about this for a long time, like how do we prioritize what we need to address? And right now, we're really prioritizing our built environment.
And the members of the internal accessibility committee, do they have accessibility challenges that they're able to bring that lived experience to the committee?
That would be that's a personal question. I have not ever asked that question, and as far as I
I'm
can
interested,
visually
because I'm
see-
assuming on the application form, you need to fill some of that information out. But I haven't done
I know
that.
you just applied for a grant to,
Yeah, it's not, I'm confused.
Oh, if you were applying for the accessibility committee,
People have disclosed, self-disclosed, so we have not asked the question.
okay.
And we don't need to ask the question.
I just, do work in areas where nothing about us without us, so if we're not including people.
well, I think that's where the consultant was someone that, is physically accessibility challenges. And
Perfect, so
That was-
that's the answer then,
yeah,
thank you.
that was one of the reasons they went with that consultant, because, they were able to go, yeah, I can't get to the falls, or I can't get here, or I can't get there, or here are some of the things that, at least from their perspective, working with municipalities around the province and having that, life experience themselves, or current life experience, that they were able to bring that lens.
I think it's important to recognize that we often would use this consultant before any of the accessibility planning legislation in 2023 came about. So we're kind of, that's why we have the yellow letdowns on our letdowns, the yellow, things, so that you can feel where you're at. It slows you down if you're physically impaired. If you're visually impaired, you can feel, right? So these are some of the things, even though, I think that, I just want you to know, I think that we have always we've used this person for a long time.
We just really haven't had any information before us, have we?
I give you updates.
Oh, you've
'cause
updated, but as far as the list and the person or
There's
any
not,
of
it's
that-
it's internal, right? And it can be internal, so.
So we can direct people to you then, and you could give them more information.
other questions from councillors? If I could ask for, I don't wanna do council reports, we can do a bit of that at the beginning. The evening isn't that long, so when we come back from dinner, if there's a council report, we will start there. And if I could have a motion to recess for dinner, please. Moved by councillor Tate, seconded by councillor Lockenberg. All those in favor? And that carries.
So walking.
Yeah. Is it smoky out there?
Yeah. I'm sorry to say, I think that's what that is. I was looking out there and I'm going to sort of rain.
Fire between Seringa and Deer Park.
So that's that way.
Oh.
I
There's a big one down in the States.
Oh, is it?
kind of surrounded.
Where the smoke's coming from?
It's in the States. And it's apparently. See? Just wait, hang on.
It's.
I know it's true.
I went to the AGM, I told them I would distribute a certain amount.
Okay.
We are gathered here.
And the magic glow-in-the-dark numbers have lit up behind my head.
Here we go.
Okay. Okay, welcome everybody. Welcome to all the people in the gallery. And if I could have a motion to reconvene the meeting, Councillor Woodward, Councillor Lockenberg, all those in favor, and that carries. So we got through most of it before the break, but we do have a little spot here for council reports for the next few minutes. So councillors, is there anybody that wants to have a report or anything that's new? It is summer season, things are slowing down in some jurisdictions, but in other jurisdictions, they just keep going at the same speed, so. Councillor Payne.
I just have a couple quick things. I wanted to mention that the Nelson Community Food Center did hold their Feast of the Sun community meal on, might have been the 24th or the 25th of June. I didn't write it down, but it was just a fabulous collaboration of the volunteers that are there and members of all walks of life in our community sat down at open tables and enjoyed a delicious meal with their neighbors. I think it's just so important to chat over food and enjoy the bounty really of the area that we have here, incredible volunteerism. The following night I went to an interesting film that showed the wildfires of Kelowna. Artistically incredible, but shocking, as you can all imagine, having watched any of the movies, but putting that together in an artful way just made it that much more impactful. It was called Incandescence, showed at the Capitol Theatre. On the Thursday, the Chamber held their Business After Business event at the Nelson Innovation Center, and it was focused around emergency preparedness. And Grace and Eka, who is doing a lot of their climate preparedness, extreme weather,
Business liaison.
Yeah, business liaison to the community, doing lots around waste management as well, which is really exciting. But yeah, she brought in 4 really interesting speakers to talk about emergency preparedness from a business perspective. And so, as usual, I learned a lot and was really glad that that event was convened. There were lots of people in attendance. It was full and lots of really great questions. I finished off that week with Art Walk on the Friday night, the opening of 2025 Art Walk. It was one of those days where it looked like it might have been gonna rain on us, and then the sun came through, and absolutely a beautiful event with, don't have the number of participants, but every block had multiple places where you could drop in and see art and meet other art lovers as we filled our town with that wonderful experience that we get to have every year. It'll be back on August 1st for the second opening, so most of the same venues, but a lot of the artists will be switched out. So if you went 2 weeks ago, go again because it'll be new and exciting. One of the venues that I hadn't been at before, and I think they were a new venue, was Share actually had, the thrift store actually had a couple of artists in their space, and it was really, really fascinating to see that. It worked really, really well. So thanks to everyone who participated and everybody who came. It's been a fun week, couple weeks.
Anybody else? Counselor Page, would you like to have a moment, just because your store is called the Repair Shop, but you did go to the Repair Cafe, and I can talk about it, but why don't you talk about it, because I know that you also enjoyed being down there on Saturday.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to pop in just between work down on Saturday to the Repair Cafe. They had a group of volunteer organizations had gotten together to have textile repair. The Nelson Public Library was represented. There were a number of electronics experts repairing things. There was a small engine repair table. They were fixing leaf blowers and lawnmowers, and I think it was really well received. My comment is it was really complimentary to the market that happens down there. It was really nice to have that side of the Rod and Gun Club having something like that running in conjunction with Saturday's market, and I really hope they find the support and encourage them to look for it to do more of those events. It's interesting too, because of joint resource recovery at our last meeting last month, one of the reports was a conversation around how we bring to life the circular economy component of the resource recovery plan, and it is specifically identified supporting organizations that help deter and redirect various things like electronics and small engines before they hit the landfill, because groups like this are definitely a place where we can do more of it and we can keep more of that stuff in people's hands and support them through the money they save and the environmental impact of producing new consumer goods, and that helps us with our resource recovery planning, helps our area deal with waste in general. So it was really good, and you went down as well, so.
Oh, it was a great time, so anyways, thanks for talking about it, because I think that's one of those great events that I think has potential to be another community event, and like I always say, it's always those people in the community that drive the really good projects here in Nelson. That's what we're kind of famous for. And I was just gonna, only because she's in the room, Stephanie, how many were at Art Walk? I know a number of us were at Art Walk when it opened. What was the number?
We encountered like close to 400 through the door that night.
Yeah, but I mean, how many artists? How many
artists? Sorry,
how many
35 artists, 22 venues.
Thank you for that. Yeah, no, it was another great evening, and the weather did pay attention. Anybody else have anything? I've got a couple of things I wanted to, just so as we talk about policing quite often, the numbers are slowly ramping up there. At the end of last month, we swore in the second sergeant, so we now have 2 sergeants on staff, which I think is gonna really lend to the leadership that they were kind of feeling that they were missing with so many new recruits, but you still have to have somebody that can help mentor them along, and so I think this is great. The temporary chief, Jason Lenman, has returned home, because our chief, for those that were at Canada Day, he is back looking fit as a fiddle, and so that's great to have him back. And so when you see them, Sergeants McDonald and Sergeant Shea, and Sergeant McDonald has a long history actually of being here. It's interesting how our inspector started his career here, and Sergeant McDonald had some time here, so it's great to see people. Everybody comes home if you had anything to do with Nelson over the years. I do want to recognize the passing of John Neville. John Neville was a city councillor here for 23 years. I do believe he is the longest serving councillor that Nelson has ever had. He's outdone Donna by four years. And I remember John was actually a physical therapist, so he practiced at the hospital for a short time and then had his own clinic here. Very interesting fellow, big birder. He was sight impaired, and one of the reasons that we have the chirpy light here right at the corner of Ward and Vernon, one of the first sound-driven traffic walk signals in the province, and it was because of his sight impairment. So when he would be walking to City Hall, which of course was in the other building, but his crossing the street to get to the Hume or to City Hall, that was installed, and he was a big driver of that initiative. So, just wanted to recognize his service to our community for quite a number of years. And I also want to recognize that this weekend is the BC Hockey Hall of Fame inductions, and Ted Hargraves, who was a Nelson hockey player who played professional hockey, but also went on to be quite a coach and worked in the development field of hockey, is being put into the Hall of Fame as a builder. And one of the interesting things about Ted, because I was fortunate enough to actually know Ted Hargraves as well, is that he was also quite a gifted artist. And I always think that we always hear this tug of sports versus art, and culture. And I think that we see that with Councillor Pinero and his boxing group, who do an intermission and then have dancers doing the intermissions during fight night, is that there is a relationship between art and sport and culture and sport. And he drew a lot of technical things for coaching journals. And I think, and Bill, if you can actually hear me back there, will nod, is that I believe at one point Ted redesigned the Leafs jersey so that we didn't look so much like the Toronto Maple Leafs, but had a more stylistic logo for the Nelson Leaf jersey back in the day. So I just wanted to mention those two people, because I think it's important that we understand where we've been so that we can also move forward. So that's my report. So then moving on then.
Sorry, Mayor, may I add one thing?
Sure.
You reminded me. This came out from UBCM today, and or a couple of days ago, and it's Audrey Moore, who was a longtime mayor, and she was also a former UBCM president. She also passed away in June, just months before her 98th birthday. What really struck me was that she served as the mayor of Castlegar from 1977 to 1993, the longest tenure in the city's history.
Yeah.
Prior to that, she was a city councillor and she held key roles, but I think it's her decades of public service did earn her a member of the Order of Canada in 2001, recognizing her impact on community development, infrastructure, and civic engagement. From my perspective, I think it's always really important to recognize that 1977 was a long way away from when Nelson elected their first female mayor. So it was really a testament, obviously, to her skills and leadership abilities. I did not know her, but I just wanted to recognize her for her contribution to our area. So thanks for
She's another great woman. Okay, so moving on, we are now at item number 9, requests, the ReDi grant recipient request for extension. So in 2024, Council, we approved a $9,469 ReDi funding grant for the Nelson Community Food Center Food Skills Program. The NCFC is requesting an extension to complete the program due to staffing limitations and key volunteer absences in 2024. The RDCK, which administers the ReDi funding, has asked the city to confirm its support for this extension request before granting approval. Moved by Councillor Page, seconded by Councillor Woodward. Councillor Page.
That council approved the request for the Nelson Community Food Center to extend the completion date for the 2024 ReDi funded food skills program to December 31st, 2025, and then the staff be directed to notify the RDCK of council support.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Any concerns or comments, council? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you, councillors. Okay, moving on to item number 10, bylaws. So we have back in front of us the official community plan amendment for 818 Front Street and a portion of 305 Hall, as well as the zoning amendment for 818 to 824 Front Street and a portion of 305 Hall. So just to, in summary, on June 23rd, 2025, Council held a public hearing for the official community plan amendment bylaw number 3634 2025 and zoning amendment bylaw number 3635 2025. Following the public hearing, a special meeting was held whereby council granted third reading of each bylaw. As per section 52 of the Transportation Act, zoning amendment bylaw number 3635 2025 must be approved by the Ministry of Transportation and Transit, now known as MOTT, before council can consider final adoption. On June 24th, 2025, the city obtained approval from MOTT for this bylaw. As a result, council is now requested to consider final adoption of both bylaws. Okay. And so we'll do those one at a time.
Sure. So I'll move one.
Okay, please. When I need a seconder? Councillor Payne, so moved by Woodward, seconded by Payne. Councillor Woodward.
That the official community plan amendment bylaw number 3634 2025 be finally adopted.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Councillors, any comments? And I just want to comment that there was two councillors, just so people are aware, there was two councillors that were absent that night. They were sent all of the public comments to review, and they signed off with the corporate officer that they did review it, such that they can also be able to vote at tonight's meeting. Okay, no comments from anyone. Okay, all those in favor and those opposed, and that carries. Okay, moving on to the second recommendation.
Move.
Moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Payne. Councillor Woodward.
That the zoning bylaw number 3635 2025 be finally adopted.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Councillors, any comments or concerns? We do have staff here. Seeing none, all those in favor, opposed, and that carries. Okay. Was 4. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to item number 11, the active transportation update. Hi, Sarah.
Hello.
So staff have been actively reviewing the active transportation plan to support continued progress on its implementation. Since the last update, staff have assessed the current status of the program and developed a proposed direction to guide next steps. Council is requested to receive this report for information, provide direction on exploring alternative implementation strategies. So we have a presentation before us, so I will hand it over to staff.
Okay, hi everybody, it's nice to see you all again. Today's presentation is an update on the status of the city's active transportation plan. We're going to be sharing some recent progress, highlight some key accomplishments, and outline a proposed direction for future implementation. We're also seeking council's support in exploring alternative delivery approaches, specifically a rapid implementation method, which we will explore in more detail as a part of this presentation. So the AT plan began in 2010 under the BEAT program, which focused on increasing accessibility and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. In 2020, the plan was updated following a review by staff and the Active Transportation Working Group at the time. Since then, implementation has continued steadily with a review of progress and priorities conducted by staff in the fall of 2024. Several key initiatives from the plan have been completed to date, so I thought I would take some time to highlight some of the progress we've made on the plan. So in 2021, the city completed phase 1 of the primary bike route, which connects the Fairview neighborhood to downtown. Some smaller initiatives such as bike parking installations at Hall Street, Lakeside Park, Cottonwood Park, and Victoria Street were completed between 2021 and 2024. A pedestrian wayfinding project was also recently completed in fall of 2024, which has made it easier for pedestrians to navigate the downtown and waterfront area. In 2023, the city completed a missing sidewalk link in the Fairview neighborhood on Davie Street. And also in 2023, flashers and safety barriers were added to the Josephine and Vernon Street intersection to improve crossing conditions. Another big project that will be wrapped up this summer is the Lakeside Drive multi-use pathway. This is another previously missing connection in our city that will improve access to the waterfront area for a variety of user groups. Some additional initiatives that have been undertaken to enhance the active transportation throughout the city are the 2021 completion of the cyclist flashers across the Big Orange Bridge, followed by the completion of traffic lights and pedestrian improvements at Baker Street and Highway 3A in 2023. These were both Ministry of Transportation-led initiatives. The city also finished a significant sidewalk segment along Morgan Street in 2023, which better connects the downtown area to Gyro Park, allowing pedestrians to avoid walking on the previously very busy road. And in 2020, the city launched its e-bike financing program, which has successfully issued 205 loans to date. E-bikes have been very advantageous in encouraging more people to cycle through Nelson's steep landscapes, especially if you live uphill. So after reviewing the implementation plan, a key priority that was identified was continuing to work towards phase 2 of the primary bike route, which will connect the Rosemont neighborhood to Kootenay Street and later downtown in phase 3 of the primary bike route plan. In 2023, public consultation was undertaken for the Rosemont section of the pathway, and several key themes emerged from this work, particularly with relation to maintaining accessibility and safety along the route. The city has historically leveraged matching grants to support active transportation initiatives, and while grants remain a valuable tool, they also require significant staff time for applications reporting and project management. In 2025, Council approved a $100,000 budget to support active transportation initiatives. This dedicated funding will allow staff to explore alternative implementation strategies, such as rapid delivery methods that are more feasible with current capacity and less reliant on procuring large grant funds. So with all that said, what is rapid implementation? So rapid implementation is an approach that uses materials like paint, bollards, flexible delineators, and planters to install active transportation infrastructure more quickly and at a lower cost. These materials allow us to use the existing streetscape, so for example, to create bike lanes or pedestrian zones without needing major construction. Some of the benefits of rapid implementation are that we can deliver projects more efficiently within current staffing and grant conditions. We can test and refine infrastructure based on community feedback before transitioning to more permanent infrastructure. We can respond to community needs in a more flexible and iterative way, and it's already successfully used in many communities to pilot and accelerate street design improvements. And then I just have some pictures of what rapid implementation looks like. So it uses pretty simplistic materials like paint, bollards, planters to create a sense of security for the cyclist and buffer them from the road condition. So what's next for the active transportation plan? So we're going to be exploring options for public engagement with Rosemont residents to revisit the conceptual designs and identify possible updates for phase 2. There was a desire from the previous public engagement to potentially shift the road to the other side of the route to the other side of Vancouver Street. We'd like to research best practices for rapid implementation materials. We'd also like to continue with our monitoring and reporting of the existing initiatives and explore opportunities to enhance data collection, such as active transportation counters, bike counters. We'd like to continue working with local groups, which I think we've got some of our local groups here today, And then we would also like to continue seeking out grant opportunities for larger initiatives. So with that, I'll open the floor and take questions and comments.
Councilor Wood.
Thank you. So one of the things I noticed on the first phase from the bridge to Fairview is the paint and the signage on the ground wears away, I think, like. So would there be like essentially a plan that would all be taken care of and repainted on schedule? Because I think with the road clearing in the winter, snow removal, it does damage that a lot.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's definitely something that's observed in Canadian cities, this type of infrastructure. Part of what we'd be doing as a part of the rapid implementation approach is exploring best practices, including maintenance of the structure, just to give it the best longevity. So that's something that would kind of come down the pipeline.
Yeah, and I would maybe also add, as well as with any new sort of infrastructure, we also have to think of the people who are maintaining this infrastructure. So we need to start working more closely with Public Works to make sure when they're doing the yearly line painting, they're also painting the cycling infrastructure and making sure that the signs are looked after and that sort of thing as well.
Just a supplemental, Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. So do we need is there a need for a budget line item for the upkeep of that, or is the money that was the 100,000 that was agreed upon enough?
I'm seeing a nodding from the city manager that regarding the line item.
Yeah, and 100,000 has to, at this point.
Okay.
And I don't think that maintenance, as Ken pointed out, I think we need to do a better job of budgeting what that looks like and understanding sort of what funding is available and the money that council has put aside at this point. Eventually, hopefully we build this into our maintenance budgets, but I don't think that was, we just haven't done the work to really understand what the cost of that is, and that's an important part of building new infrastructure. Generally the capital cost of building it is a small portion of it, when ultimately it's the operating cost of maintaining it.
Great, thank you very much.
So that's very confusing to me that we didn't, it's just not part of the road system now. It seems to me that if there's lines on the road, they're part of the road system.
Yeah, I don't think it was
So
budgeted at the time.
which is 3 years ago? How long ago? So 20, oh well. Okay, so it will be put in, because I hate to see some of that $100,000 used to maintain infrastructure that's been in place and to me is part of the landscape now.
If you don't, I have a speakers list.
I'm sorry, I apologize for jumping.
I'm
curious.
Councillor Lockenberg, you next, then Page, then Payne.
Can I go after, because I'm gonna introduce something new that might derail the conversation.
So I'm gonna have to pull, okay, derailer, okay.
That was it for me, so if you were next. Okay.
Okay, Councillor Page.
Can't wait to hear about the hover bikes. Rapid implementation stuff I'm really interested in, because obviously we've been attempting to do a few projects around the city in the last few years. I was curious where we landed with the first section near Gordon Road. We had a change there that came and went to try and limit traffic, speeding down the first part of just off of Gordon there. And then we had a piece that was up by Wildflower Elementary that came and went, which is all part of the process. I'm just wondering what we learned
as a part of that initiative. Yeah, so I think one of the things that we undertook, the planner that was responsible for those, I think Matt was the planner who was working on those initiatives. I think one of the things, Natalie, that we learned is that it's important to invest in the right materials. I think that was some of the delineators. There was some issues with them getting worn and stuff, which does happen in rapid implementation sometimes, but I think I can't speak to what materials were put in, but I think that there were some sort of issues with them kind of getting whacked and things like that, but
So as far as the traffic pattern changes we were trying to test,
Yeah, I think that it did deter traffic from going down the 3rd Street bike route.
Yeah.
But I think a problem with that intervention is that there was people kept getting dead-ended there. And so the neighbors were obviously feeling kind of frustrated with that intervention, and so we did take it out, but I think long-term, I think people did adjust their driving habits, and we are doing, and I think Sarah did talk about it in this report, counts at the same time every year, so we can really see year over year the use of the 3rd Street bike route, and we can also look at those traffic counts to make sure that they're going down. And also bike counters really help us identify that kind of more clearly.
so as we continue on into phase 2 in Rosemont, are we making any changes in terms of how we're doing public engagement to talk to people and how we, both implement an intervention, but then accommodate adjustments to that intervention so that we're getting to a place that's shared with the community?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's something really nice. I mean, 3rd Street too, we didn't have like a lot of infrastructure other than the bump out, so it is very flexible space. I think the nice thing about the rapid implementation for the Rosemont bike route is there is the opportunity to check back with the community and see how it's working and make adjustments. They're not as costly to make as obviously ripping out infrastructure. So yeah, I think there's absolutely opportunities to check back with the community and count the usage, and check back with them and see how it's working, so.
Okay, great, thanks.
Councillor Payne.
As far as the counting goes, I'm really interested to know if you use the data that is collected every year by, I think it's Velo Canada, VELO. They do the pedal pool, they've been doing it, I think Matt initiated that in Nelson, so this is the 4th year that I've done it. Are we utilizing that information?
From what I can see in the file, we have used that information for more of an indicative sort of idea of the trends around cycling that are happening in Nelson. But as far as the actual bike route infrastructure, we've historically relied on our own counts that the planning team goes out and takes.
And is that an area where you could use sort of a citizen science approach because the app that they use, Counterpoint, is you can set it up to count whatever you want. And I think that would be much more cost effective than having staff do it. And they do it over a weekday and a weekend day over different 2-hour time periods, which I'm not sure how much data you normally accumulate, but.
For sure, yeah, it's definitely something we can explore with the counting sort of systems that are in place. There are certain sections of the pathway that, because they're tied to grant funding, there are specific ways they have to be counted and kind of reported on a yearly basis following implementation. But I know for a fact that we have a lot of really passionate community members, and I think that there could be a really great opportunity there for some like special study locations, some areas of interest. I think that would be an awesome opportunity. And we do rely a lot on citizen feedback for identifying things that aren't working. Like the people that are riding that route every day know it better than anyone else, and they know what works well on it and what doesn't. So I think that feedback is really integral to the process and continued engagement. And I think that's one of the benefits of the rapid implementation is it does allow us to kind of tweak and make edits and try and get the very best system in place as we transition to maybe a more permanent solution down the line.
Okay, and now for something completely different. Drum roll.
No.
You have a drum roll?
The completely different will come after the thing that I'm gonna say next, which is, 2 things. First, on High Street and 2nd, that stop sign coming this way, I've heard from a few cyclists that it catches them by surprise. One, the way the trees come over the stop sign, depending on the angle, you miss the stop sign. So there's been a number of reports that I've heard of people blowing through it and then having an encounter with a car. turning in. So I just wanna raise that, because that's come up more than once, it's actually come up a few times. The second thing is, unfortunately, my niece was hit by a car on the High Street bike route last week. She's okay, but she did end up going to the hospital, and it was a really shockingly scary thing, in part because of how the driver responded to her. So she's the sweetest kid ever and very careful. But I think she probably was a little kind of cutting on a high street and then making the turn. Like the bike routes tend to encourage people to like keep their flow going. Driver coming down from gyro clipped her and then got
The narrow corner,
Yeah.
not down by the campground.
Yes, exactly, the
Yeah,
first.
that's a tough one, yeah.
It's a tough one, yeah. But his response to her was like anger right off the bat, and she was so shaken up by it that she ended up walking home and taking her bike home. It was really terrible, actually. And I get that a lot of our residents are frustrated by teenagers on e-bikes, but that's just, well, obviously inappropriate, but also a signal to me that things are hitting a bit of a boiling point with some people. So I'm gonna now give something completely different. I think Baker and Josephine, those intersections, Ward and Josephine on Baker, are contributing to some of the frustration and the traffic snarls that drivers are experiencing. In part because if you're trying to make a turn either way off those streets, you're waiting for pedestrians to cross. And then, sometimes they can linger, and I've seen it happen a few times where the intersection fills up, nobody can make the turn, people behind get really frustrated and it starts to snarl at the intersection, going back into all the other intersections wherever people are coming from. You can see it happening when it happens. And it's interesting because it's the pedestrians that are the source of it. So I had a really smart engineering friend propose something that I think we should really consider.
Wait, I would like council all to place their bets on what this is going to be. Whether it is AI or scramble intersection. Nailed it.
I love the scramble.
The scramble seems so cool. And the way he mapped it out and did the math, it benefits the pedestrians and definitely benefits the drivers.
What about cyclists?
Well, cyclists too, I guess.
Drivers, yeah.
Drivers,
Okay,
they would.
sorry, just wanna
drivers, I
clarify.
guess. But the pedestrians and the drivers is part, like if we can get more flow going through those two intersections in particular, I think it would have a ripple effect around the whole system. And boy, the math is super compelling. So in terms of rapid implementation, what do you think about a rapid implementation scramble?
I don't personally know, it's definitely something that there's been success with in other towns. Like I know Banff has had a lot of success with scrambles in particular because they have a lot of very tourism density sort of situation. But personally, I'm not opposed to it, but it would definitely require I think some consultation with the sort of community and operations and sort of traffic engineers and things along those lines.
Yeah, and if council did want us to explore that, we would recommend some sort of motion or resolution, and then we could work with engineering. I just wanted to confirm though, did you mean Baker and Ward and Baker and Josephine? Were those the intersections?
Did I say something
You said
different? Yeah.
Josephine and Wards, that's what I wrote down.
I meant the Josephine Ward intersection, yes, and
Oh, okay.
and
Yeah, okay.
Josephine and the Ward intersection on Baker.
If council wanted, yeah, we could work with engineering.
So, don't wanna be a spoiler, but we did in the original, when we did the Baker Street redevelopment plan, there was a scramble in that, so not to be a spoiler, but
No,
I thought, it's
even
been thought
better.
of before.
Even better.
It wasn't at both of those corners, which I think could be, because our blocks are pretty short, I think that could be a real nightmare. But you can go back to that document, which you'll have on file and find it way easier than I can, we had a scramble as a potential in the drawings at Ward and Baker.
Well, if I may be so bold, I would love to make a motion for us to explore or direct staff to explore a scramble. I think, well, I'll just put the motion on the floor and then I'll speak to it briefly.
Second.
You seconded it?
Yeah.
I just was gonna, I kind of wanted to know where we were in terms of just the presentation before we kind of, because you're right, you just kind of did move us a little bit. Can we hold that's been moved and seconded, but I would like to know if staff have anything else that they wanted to talk about in the presentation?
No,
Are you, okay, you're at the end, okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, well, I'll speak to it in part because I think it's really worth exploring, because I think with our current state of active transportation, we've got some polarization happening between drivers and cyclists and pedestrians. And I think this is a move that would improve things for everybody and make drivers stakeholders in the active transportation plan. So this is something that I think they would really benefit from, and that would, hopefully lowers the temperature. Certainly worth exploring. That's all I'd say.
okay, so do you, you're pretty quick there, do you have a little resolution that you've already typed up there so that you can hand it off to the corporate officer, or? So you wanna just explore the concept of?
To direct staff to,
Explore a
with
scramble?
engineering, I assume?
Yeah, well, you could maybe just say that direct staff to explore a potential scramble intersection at Baker and Josephine, Baker and
Word.
it was, yeah.
Something can happen both of them, but we already have some drawings of
The other
what
Sarah can.
Baker and Ward look like.
Sound good?
Mayor?
So Woodward.
Just as a counterpoint, when the new big intersection at the bottom of Baker heading out of town was installed, and that's like computer control. I think it's actually AI controlled because it matches. Yeah, and if there's cars building up, it lets them go. It's not just continuous red light, green light, red light. So I'm wondering if that might be a possibility. Because it going through that intersection now is so smooth, and the traffic is just moving, right? Because it's all AI controlled, right?
The challenge that's not a good reference necessarily, because the pedestrians aren't a big factor there, and the AI or the system doesn't have to deal so much with pedestrians, so they hit the button and then they kind of integrate their response. What we're having happen on Baker Street with those intersections, I think, is just simply the volume of pedestrians on certain days where the entire green light is taken by pedestrians. And so there's no optimization algorithm that's gonna fix that. You just can't turn. And then the light goes red and you're stuck, and everybody behind you is stuck. So you've gone through cycles of not being able to turn.
It's pedestrians going when there's the.
Yeah, that's the other, that's the other.
The pedestrians walk
Pedestrians walking.
when the red hand is up as well.
That's what happens.
So when it was presented to me, it was like, and he laid it all out and did the math. I was like, wow, that seems like a win-win.
That's been moved and seconded. Councillor Pinero, comments on the motion that's on the floor. We don't have either of the recommendations that are in your package. We are now, this is an explorer. We're not spending 100,000 to make a scramble that we would then tear up because we're gonna tear up Baker Street eventually, but it would be good to have maybe that knowledge before we remodel Baker Street.
So in a scramble situation,
It's an all walk.
yeah, vaguely remembering this from I think Sydney maybe when I lived there.
Yeah.
But all the traffic is
Stops.
stopped at the same time.
Yeah.
Yep.
So is there a potential to kind of like zero itself out in some ways? Like if everybody's backed up on 4 corners instead of having like directions going
intuitively you would think, and that was my response at first, but when it's laid out, it becomes quite compelling because of the amount of turning that happens. It's frequent enough to block the intersection on busy pedestrian days. And I think the thing about the scramble as well, and I guess this is part of what you would explore, is that it's not a scramble every time necessarily. It might be, but there's compelling solutions for making sure that the number of cars that can flow through is higher in a scramble situation than it would be otherwise.
And just one more thing, in this particular, I mean, I don't know how deeply you've looked into this yet or whatever, but would it have to be, some scramble intersections, how do they integrate with intersections that aren't that way? And does that work? Like if we've got one
Apparently-
on Josephine and Baker, for example, and then everything else is the same as it ever was, is that
Again,
work or does it?
Apparently it does. Apparently it's common to, this is again what I'm told, you may discover something different. But apparently, when it was presented to me, the suggestion was just for one of the intersections, not both. And so I asked about both and he's like, you could do both, but you just wanna
You would do one.
You probably just wanna do the one.
Let's start with one.
Start with one, yeah.
But when you see them,
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to think, there aren't any scrambles in Vancouver. I'm trying to think, there's a big scramble right in downtown Toronto, like that's in Toronto. So there are scrambles like in Canada to look at, and they're kind of interesting. The first time you stand there at the corner and you think you're gonna do the diagonal walk and you're kind of like, am I really going to do that? There's still big 1,000-pound pieces of equipment that are stopped at this red light. Am I really gonna go kitty corner to the, but they do work, whether or not they work well in Nelson with our smaller blocks, but like that one in Toronto that I've walked through several times, all the other lights that are down the road and around the road are all just regular lights. And I think that's where the genius part of light systems comes in, because I'm not the expert on this, but those lights get programmed then to function at a certain capacity to accommodate the fact that you've got the scramble intersection there as part of the process, so. You guys get to vote on it. Any other questions on this motion on the floor about exploring a scramble on Baker Street?
I'm just looking forward to, if it's explored, I'm sure all of these answers will come out, but like, also, I guess, a regular intersection works great too, except that human beings don't follow
Yeah.
rules. And so that potentially, like, what does a scramble look like where people don't,
Scramble appropriately?
where people act like people, inevitably and kind of like, what if they don't scramble fast enough? I mean, it doesn't, that's sort of an obvious point, like people are people and so I'm just curious to know, like the margins would have to be, I think, pretty good to account for people being ridiculous and still coming out ahead. Just, it's just a thought.
Anyhow, so we're gonna finish this motion off, so we have a motion on the floor to investigate and explore a potential scramble on our main street there, Baker Street. All those in favor, if there's other comments?
Scramble.
And look at that carries. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Montgomery.
I'll move the recommendation.
Okay, so Councillor Page, seconded by Councillor Woodward. Councillor Page.
The council directs staff to continue implementation of the active transportation plan with a focus on exploring alternative rapid implementation strategies for the primary bike route as outlined in this report, and to continue with public engagement and monitoring of the plan. And further, that council receive this report for information regarding the current status of the active transportation plan.
Okay, councillors, that's been moved and seconded. Is there any other further discussion at this point? Councillor Payne.
My discussion is, because I still have different questions for staff, are we able to do that when we're through this? Okay, so no questions on this one.
Well, ask them now.
No, ask them now. I mean.
But this is about other things other than, okay. I'm just interested with, one of the things that I find dangerous driving down Baker Street is long vehicles angle parked. And I know we have a bylaw around that. I don't think it's enforced properly. I don't think it's, that's about it. I think, and I don't know if those folks are carrying measuring tapes with them, but it's one thing when the vehicle is a certain length and then when it has things hanging off the end of it. I have had to practically cross over the midline to get safely around a long truck angle parked, so is that something, I don't know if this comes under rapid implementation, or do we just need to direct bylaw to, do they have a, infraction of the month flavor or anything like that to make it safer for cyclists? Am I the only one experiencing that? Does anyone else drive down Baker Street? Yeah.
It's tight.
I was just gonna mention that we do have a traffic and parking committee. So we meet quarterly and we bring up sort of ad hoc issues, speeding, speed bumps, parking, any sort of things that are brought to our attention by usually members of the public. And I do know for certain that the angle parking is something very much for long trucks that's on Bylaws radar. I think it's something that they're trying to figure out a strategy to work towards based on our most previous discussions and our last parking and traffic committee.
So that's already on your table, I'm hearing. So if the next time you come back and we either have you back to talk about parking strategy or to talk about the active transportation, if you could just bring us back, I don't think we have to pass a motion to have this done. You're hearing that this is a concern now also coming from the council table besides the public about long vehicles. And I would like to just particularly comment on the guy that has a truck and has a utility trailer and decides that he can park at an angle on the street. Now, he doesn't usually park on Baker Street, but he often parks on the side street.
And Sarah manages Bylaws, so
Yeah, I
a
know.
little bit more directly these days,
I
but
just wanted to bring it up.
Councilor
bring
Tate.
that back as well.
Thanks, thank you for this. In the motion, we talk about marketing, sorry, I have too many windows open.
Public engagement.
Public
monitoring,
engagement and
monitoring.
public engagement. So further to teenagers on bikes, of which I have had many in my parenting life and continue to have some, I'm interested in the public engagement of adding to the narrative a bit more of a positive spin of teenagers on bikes. We love teenagers on bikes. Oh my gosh, yay, they're on bikes. They're already doing active transportation. And we do want them to be safer. And we do want them to be following the rules of the road. But I'm curious if in this engagement, if this is something that we can chip to our communications team, maybe we can work with Bylaw, we could work with police, we could work with some of the young people, catch them, be like, hey, do you want to be in a video? And then share that out with our trusted influencers, to the GNED, to the whomever else, to the Trafalgar, and just get that message out there. And we love teenagers on bikes. We all just need to slow down a little. Everybody does, including some teenagers on bikes. But if that could be a part of our engagement, is normalizing the bikes instead of this friction that we're seeing, I think that's really gonna help. Please, thank you.
Councillor Payne, I'm sorry, I didn't, you indicated that you had more than one thing that you wanted to bring up.
But I'm happy to.
Sorry.
That's okay. And around the whole e-bike discussion, one of the things that came up for me was on some of the walkways, Lakeside Park in particular, that the speeds that the e-bikes are traveling at. We know now that e-bikes can, I've seen them go down Stanley Street in front of Wildflower where you have the, thing telling you how fast you're going. These folks are going 40 clips an hour downhill. That is what?
At least.
At least. Well, those are the numbers that I've seen flashing up, like between 35 and 40 as people are coasting downhill. Are there ways to, like Lakeside is the one that I'm thinking of, prohibiting e-bikes on that part and putting them over to more the roadway part of the park? I'm not describing that very well, but the road that goes along the tracks from, pardon me?
Through the parking lot.
Yeah, that would make it, I know we have, it's probably not a good analogy, but we have the rules for people with their pets, where you can do a certain on-leash here and a certain off-leash here and a certain no dog there. So is there any way for us to implement that you can't have I guess it is a motorized vehicle, an electric bike, is it not?
Well, no, there's e-assist bikes there's bikes with throttles and there's bikes with just pedals, right? So one is quite a bit different than the other. The only concern is, first, enforcement. And second of all, you're punishing everyone for some bad actors, like
So is that punishment?
while you're
Riding over
forcing,
here instead of over there?
while you're forcing people through a parking lot, a very busy parking lot.
Okay, that's why I'm raising the question.
Yeah.
It was asked to me of a group of seniors.
Yeah, no, I think,
Feel very, I learned my bicycle etiquette in the Netherlands, where you come up behind someone and you just do your little ding ding, so somebody knows. Where we don't have that here, so if somebody comes up behind you at speeds like that, I find it very jarring. And we don't want someone falling over when we're talking earlier about insurance and what our responsibilities are, because they've just been shocked by a vehicle whizzing by their shoulder at, 35 kilometers an hour.
and I don't think you're supposed to be riding at those speeds on that
Well, you're not.
pathway, right?
Yeah, you're not supposed to be riding on those speeds, and there is a difference. I think a lot of cities, not just Nelson, is grappling with what to do with really high-powered e-bikes. Just to add on to what Kevin said, I think there is a difference between throttle bikes and pedal assist, which typically don't go as fast. Sometimes they do actually segregate the throttle bikes to the road. And pedal assists are allowed to go on the multi-use path. It's something we can definitely look at. It is gonna be a conversation I think a lot of people are interested in. And there is, like on Lakeside Park, I think it is pretty congested to have people on the multi-use path, like right at the beach there. So yeah, I think there's more work to consider and to think about and to look at what people are doing from across the country, so.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just, as we evolve, speed limits have changed, seatbelt laws have changed as vehicles have, and this is just another vehicle that needs to be adapted to, how we live with others, being respectful of the space that everyone needs and the comfort.
Counselor, wait, no, I had Paige, then Panero, sorry.
I was just gonna broaden the context of that conversation. Things that I noticed we need to see some community improvement on are the e-bikes or the bikes in general on sidewalks. You constantly see them coming up, especially they're avoiding this hook here on the highway. And I think that just leads them to then be on the sidewalk on Ward, and then they're on the sidewalk on Baker. And so I think that's a big bucket thing in terms of if you've got a motor, you need to be on the road, you need to have a helmet. I have seen the cops pull speeding bikes over once or twice. And if there's a check for a bell and those basic road safety pieces, I think quite honestly, quite a lot of them don't even have the bell. And so it feels like it should be a little bit of a heat score to not have a bell on your bike, and that should be the message out there. And bell sales at Jerix and Sacred and Secret Ride should all be going through the roof, outfitting people. But I think right to your point, it's that putting those two pieces of traffic together are gonna be a problem. They have to be done with care and how we can direct bylaw and direct our own communication resources to keep them separate as much as possible on top of all these infrastructure spends we're doing. I'm fully supportive of that.
I've got Councilor Panero, then Councilor Woodward.
No, I was just gonna move the motion if we were done.
The motion's been moved and seconded.
Oh, okay.
I have one more.
Okay.
Just haven't voted on it.
It's just a small point, but I think we're probably waiting on a little bit of we're in a bit of a transition period with these things. I mean, it's called active transportation. I personally don't see anything active about a bike without any pedals. That's a motorcycle. It's the same thing as a motorcycle, except it doesn't make any noise, so we can hear you.
Yeah, but you don't get.
And you don't need a
be ran over.
license or to pass any sort of it's a bit ridiculous. There's clearly a loophole there, like a hole, and we were encouraging people to be active, but they're using it to be not active and potentially dangerous. So I imagine these holes will close. Like, I think probably there's some legislature coming down about, you know, licensing on a motor vehicle, which is what a lot of these are. And I think as a city, we could definitely keep our active transportation routes to active transportation. You know, you're not allowed to, you know, drive your truck in the bike lane. Why should you be allowed to drive your motorcycle in the bike lane? It's a bike lane, and yeah, I know that we're in the future and all that, but like bikes are bikes with pedals. I think even if they're assisted pedals would be good. So I don't know if we can look at that. Like, I'm not against that. I think active transportation is a great idea because it keeps people active, and sitting on a bicycle and pressing go is not active at all. So I don't know if we want to wait for legislation to come out, because I'm sure it will, or if there's something sort of proactive we can do in the meantime that just differentiates between motorcycles and bicycles. I think that would probably solve a lot of the issues.
Motor vehicle act is pretty clear.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
I mean, we have that legislation though, don't we? I got pulled over one night by the Nelson Police Department.
You were one of the ones I saw.
You're testing the speed monitor as well?
No.
Catwalking in front of the
Never
school
testing the
zone.
speed monitor is because the shape of the scooter I have looks like it's a motor, but it is pedal assisted. And I took, it's a long story, but the pedal kept hitting me, so whatever. So he pulled me over and he wanted to ensure that it was not a motorcycle. And we went through it, though that was a few years ago.
Yeah, and that is one of the.
I think that legislation is in place is all I'm trying to say from that, because he was telling me how much he could have ticketed me for if I, you know, was driving without my pedals.
I think, you know, there's these hybrids, right, like the Pedagos, right, they both have a throttle and e-assist, don't they? So I think there's, anyway, we'll have to figure out those
And
details.
the police, just so people know, police here in Nelson are very aware. There's been numerous complaints, my understanding. Police board meetings tomorrow night, I can always ask the question is like, because it's been escalating about these motorcycle bikes that seem to be around town running at very high speeds. Some of them can go 120 kilometers an hour top speed for some of them. One of the things that some of them, because kids are smart, are mounting fake pedals on them so that on a quick glance you might think it's an e-assist pedal bike.
Pedaling very fast.
Yeah, pedaling very fast.
Dead giveaway is 60 kilometers up a hill without pedaling.
Yeah. But the police can only be so many places at a time, but I know that there has been an increase in reports, and that's why also I believe at our last meeting that morning, we had just had the police had put out a public service announcement about those bikes, but I know that it's continuing, so it is being raised as a concern, so I think we're gonna capture it somehow, you know, and a few tickets to some high profile children might. Why are you looking at me? You know, high-profile children might help. Who knows? Anyhow, so I think there's a few things there. We have some concerns about e-bikes, their speed, their size. You know, whether or not they're really e-bikes in the sense of being a assist for trying to get uphill with your groceries, versus going uphill at past the regulated speed limit for the city of Nelson to start with, is a whole nother thing. So the recommendation has been moved and seconded, and if there's no further comments from council? Yes,
I just have a sort of a process thing. You mentioned the have an active transportation working group? No.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Okay, then my question is, how is the climate team integrating into this plan?
For sure, yeah. So I've been working with Emily in climate. A big part of the role that they've been playing, they help us a lot with engagement when the opportunity comes up. And usually we bring a yearly update on active transportation. We're a little bit delayed with that update this year. So Emily has also been helping us research grant opportunities as well that might be good as well. And yeah, they also obviously help a lot with the e-bike program, the loan program there. But now that we're kind of getting the AT plan back up and rolling, we'll certainly be looking for more opportunities to integrate them and work with them, specifically in public engagement that's coming up. So
And I just wanna be clear that we never set up a climate team to be all, their main role is to assist other departments with transition.
That's why I asked how they were.
Yeah, this is really a planning exercise, and that's why it sits in planning how we use our roads, all those sorts of things. And as Sarah shared, they, support, us making those things happen, just as in public works, they work with fleet manager on fleet. They're not responsible for the fleet, they help find grants, et cetera, so that's our model.
Yep, got it. And then the other partnership I'm interested in is the RDCK currently has an active transportation working group together, and are you integrated with them as well, or?
We haven't met with their working group. I think we've met with one of the representatives, just to explore opportunities for connections to our bike system. Our primary focus right now is getting our primary bike route sort of put into place. So I think that would maybe be a longer term goal to see how we can integrate with them in terms of our sort of connecting strategies. And yeah, that's kind of our focus right now, is just getting that primary route in place. And then we can kind of start finding those connecting opportunities and branching off of it once we have that sort of main piece in place.
Yeah, I know they're looking at particular projects to move ahead with, so there might be some synergy there around what you can do and grant opportunities again. There's one last thing, and it hasn't been talked about tonight, so it's not something wildly unusual, but I did read the 2009 report. And one of the biggest barriers to active transportation all year long is snow clearing. And one of the recommendations in that report was just really resident education. So it's something that I think we try and move forward every year, but it is just making sure people, I know that not shoveling your sidewalk is a complaint-based bylaw infraction, but if there were more education around it at the beginning of the winter season, that people understood that it is their responsibility to take care of their sidewalks, it would make a huge, huge difference. Many of the other recommendations in there around snow, of plowing earlier and getting the primary routes and doing sidewalks, some of those key ones have been implemented, and that has been really, really great. But I think that's one where we still have some room to grow. So thanks so much. So much good stuff happening, really.
It's particularly challenging with our freeze thaw thing, because if you miss and it gets wet and it freezes, then it's done for, it's super challenging for a long time. Right?
It's super challenging, but it is doable, and
No, what do you mean if you don't do it, it's super challenging?
Yeah.
Because you get into a freeze thaw.
yeah, no, I know. If you, I have a
If you
neighbor
miss the
who
window, then your sidewalk's done.
I went over and shoveled this year because I just couldn't walk down that section one more time, knowing that she travels quite a bit. So I thought, I'm just gonna make it possible for the rest of the neighborhood. But yeah, because if you miss it, and then we do that, it gets super messy. So yeah, so we could do
Okay.
that. Be a good neighbor, shovel your.
So seeing nothing else, okay, all those in favor of the motion? And that carries. Thank you, counselors. Thank you, staff.
Thank you.
And Councillor Tate will ask, when are you coming back again?
Maybe in the fall sometime.
Thank you.
I think our regular cadence was every November, so maybe back in November.
Yeah, we'll get back on our program.
Thank you so much. So we're on to 11B, the land lease. Development Services has received a formal letter from Macola Development Services on behalf of Nelson Care Society to provide a bare land lease for 824 Front Street from the city to facilitate the development of an affordable rental housing development and an application to the BC Housing Community Housing Fund. And so we have staff here if we need to have any conversation, but Councillor Woodward moving. Seconded by Councillor Payne. Councillor Woodward,
So is it just all one?
it's all one.
Okay, so I'm gonna read the whole thing. The council approves the city entering into a 60-year land lease agreement with Nelson Cares Housing Initiative Society at a nominal value for city-owned lots described as Lot 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, Block 59, District Lot 95, except Parcel A, C27225. 818, 824 Front Street, PID 007 487 240 007 487 231 013 691 341 013 691 198 013 691 171, and that this resolution shall be the subject to a Nelson Cares Initiative Society obtaining BC Housing Community Housing Fund, CHF funding, and expire and be of no further force or effect if CHF funding is not obtained by July 8th, 2026.
So that's been moved and seconded, and I'm gonna let staff speak first and then Councillor Payne.
Just as a point of clarification, we received a request from Nelson Cares to change the name of the society to simply read Nelson Cares Society rather than Nelson Cares Housing Initiative Society. So.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Payne.
That was mine too. That's their legal name. I think there was a bit of a melding with Share Housing Initiative Society. So Nelson Cares Society is the legal name, so I just wanna make sure we have the right organization that we're.
Okay. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Wait, so you do have something?
No, I wasn't, well, I was waiting until you. So no one else wants to speak to it? I'll speak to it. So where this sits with me right now, I will be voting against this. I think the project that we need to have is something that's shared. I think we have rolling intakes, and I understand the risk, and I understand it might be a lightning rod to say it, but I feel there's opportunity to use the rolling intake over the course of the 2026 year to try and find the win-win, as I've heard it described by other councillors, that gets us to a project that actually takes up the whole site. I think the RDCK found itself and was pretty clear from commission in a place where it hadn't, the timelines were not compatible with going to the electorate and finding out could something happen there and get clarity around the box. And I think for this site specifically, it's very important that we try to achieve that win-win. And so I think we need to pump the brakes a little bit on this portion of the lease and push our partners to try and find the building that meets the most need. It just happens to be a complex site, and I think we're not finished here in terms of the lease, and this is the flag I said I was gonna raise before. And so right now, the project before me for this lease isn't complete enough for me to support it. It's just where I'm at.
Thank you, Councillor Lockenberg, then Councillor Payne.
Probably it's a question, if I may, through the chair to the rec commission members. Probably the chair. So, I mean, you had me at win-win. I love win-wins, and I was bothered by the fact that we didn't come up with a solution. It seems that it'll be very hard to build, if I'm not mistaken, very hard for RDCK, like for us to build on the remaining piece, right? Given there's a building going up right there. So it does kind of effectively, this is a tough situation.
Can I just to be clear, I mean, you can continue, but I just wanna be clear in terms of the fact that we have now rezoned that other piece of property.
Yeah.
And when we made it comprehensive, they now can build on that orphaned, stranded, whatever you wanna call it, that piece of land that's theirs, they now can build goalpost to goalpost. They can use the whole lot, so there's no setbacks there. So if you go back to the 2012, 2014 master plan, it did talk about using the RDCK lot
Yeah.
to expand fitness.
Right.
And at that time, that, given the fact that it would have had to follow the setbacks that were on that property, would have been potentially maybe half the size of what was in the conversations in the community around how much space could be in this other vision. So I just want to be clear, does it make it difficult to build there once the building's up? Sure, because there's all kinds of constraints, but the amount of land that they could take up now
Is they could go right
is,
against.
they can go, just wanted to tell you that.
Yeah, that's helpful.
But continue on.
And that's helpful, and it wasn't exactly what I was thinking about, I was more thinking about just the physical challenge of building in that constrained space, making it work. It seemed to me, and I said this even way back, clearly the best solution is they're working together to build something that works for both. And it's gonna be a better building for both, if that's done that way. Otherwise, you're gonna get a compromised building for both parties, assuming you can even build effectively for the RDCK. So I'm rolling intake, excellent, if that's, it sounds like a good.
Well, that's what we know, is that BC Housing for this funding stream is now doing rolling intakes, the first of which starts at the end of July here. We know from talking to commission and what we've heard from our directors that they'd really like to take, even though technically feasibly by our bylaw after service review, we could have entered into agreement for the $300,000 prospective cost of leasing that a year. It was way too close to that line for commissioners to be comfortable without going to their voters and asking. They hadn't had enough time after the public engagement, or we haven't had enough time, the RD hasn't had enough time to clearly identify a clear idea of what the space would be, so by the time it got to a conversation, commissioners were really still being asked for a financial commitment that ended up, as was raised at the table, being financially quite rich comparative to what was expected for the space, and so there was still a lot of fuzziness in the numbers in terms of what they could commit to. And so that's where, the fallback to this single purpose housing only, which now will have to come back for a variance because it's not mixed use, so it needs a parking variance. Well, that's what I heard before, getting the head shake, but. And so I just think there were more questions to be asked, and now that we have a rolling intake to deal with, I think we need to weigh the opportunity to see if we can ask those questions and find the best, highest use of that versus as much as we can get right now, because that's the trade-off, get what we can get now as far as we think we can get it. Maybe we don't get approved and we're still back to try to find the better project, or having some tolerance for risk. And I know there are members of the community who've made their voices known in the paper that have worries that if we take any tolerance for risk around this, we have to grab what we have, like that is a consideration. But what is our tolerance for risk to take it into the December intake or into the April intake or into the July next year intake? And I think if we can tolerate that risk, there's pushing the partners to figure out how we try and get to that better building, because it's gonna end up being a lower cost building for the taxpayers at recreation. Potentially we'll be able to get that clarity, go to that electorate, ask them that question, and not lose the opportunity and the efficiencies that come with it.
And it'll be a better building for the residents of the new complex.
We have the architect here that can, we're speculating on buildability and space and everything else, so.
So we
Let
can
the mayor
ask.
and council.
Motion to bring Rob.
Yeah, just,
I was gonna say about the same thing, so
oh,
I think
okay,
Rob probably
I just wanted to, cause, yeah,
I think Rob probably could speak about the constructability of that lot probably better than I could.
okay, so, council, a motion, to accept, Rob being able to come forward and talk to the question at hand. Okay, moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Tate, all in favor. Okay, privilege of the floor is yours. Mr. Stacy.
So I'm happy to be here and sit quietly until now. But,
Building, tell us about the building.
Yeah, so I'll start with a bit of how we set up the design initially, because we weren't expecting, but we were anticipating the potential that not all of the anticipated building would be built. So, part of what we were trying to do is set it up so that it could be contracted to a smaller version, but also that it doesn't limit it from being developed to what we had initially proposed, if that were decided later. So, the wall that separates those two sides would be built as a firewall so that it could exist on its own, but it also has stairs that would be able to be punched through with the new development that's connected with the recreation. So with that, there's already sort of a redundancy in the design, and it's not even a redundancy because you need it for the main building, but it's a complement so that if it was built at a later state, it could be done easily. So that's sort of the intent of it from that side of view. But if we're developed separately, that firewall also acts as that required separation at a lot line between buildings, so that it's a life safety thing, but it also makes it so that it's easier as an infill site. And that's what it is. There's lots of great examples of 20-foot lots that really nice buildings have been tucked into for not a huge premium. And this, despite it being potentially a recreation building, it wouldn't be that much more complex from that point of view. So, there's foundations that would be extended quite down low from the main part of the building, and they would be at a depth that it wouldn't interfere with a potential new building. And depending on how that new building is infilled in there, it could touch up against the existing building without having to interfere with that either. So, from that perspective, we look at these as just things to be planned for, not even challenges. This is something that goes on in every city all around the world. So it's not a challenge, it's an infill site. So that would be my take on that, the way that we've developed it so far.
I think I have Councillor Payne, then I have Lockenberg, then I have Woodward.
So thank you very much for that, because that to me sounds like the win-win. The city of Nelson came forward with this property when the NAEDP, now the GNED, asked for available sites. Nelson Cares and Share Housing Initiative worked together to determine which one would be more suitable for the tenants that they're proposing to place in those buildings. And I think at this point in time, it feels incumbent upon the city of Nelson to move forward with the housing crisis that dramatically affects us every single day. And I'm not willing to risk the fund being depleted, especially seeing this. To me, it is a win-win scenario, because now, understanding what you've just shared with us, the RDCK can take their time to go out and understand what the financial implications will be to their taxpayers, who they feel have indicated that they're willing to pay more in taxes. But in this uncertain environment financially in which we find ourselves, it will be interesting to see how quickly the RDCK would move in that direction and how willing their residents will be to increase. And we are some of those residents as well, to increase our taxes as mortgages are being renewed and costs are going up for absolutely everything. So with that explanation, it does sound like a win-win. We have the housing, we move forward with the possibility, at least of putting our grant application in, the possibility of building 48 units, am I right? 48 units that we are in dire need of, everything from families through to seniors. And then the RDCK can go out to their residents, have further discussion, referendums, check into the financial side of it, and be ready with the way you've planned it with that future scene of putting in whatever is determined to best meet the needs of the community. So thank you very much for sharing that with me. I am still all in on this.
Councillor Lockwood.
So if I'm understanding the, and I don't think you said this, but what I'm maybe interpreting is that the cost difference between a two-stage build, as it were, is pretty nominal compared to doing one building, right?
There's always efficiency in doing it all at once, but the way that we're trying to position it is that it's not an impossibility to develop it, but it's a reasonable approach, but it would be a second mobilization, so it's not as efficient as doing it all at once.
Right, so then, just so I'm very, very clear, that the size of the lot, like if, for example, this building, the Nelson Cares building wasn't going to exist, the RDCK would have been building the same building as they would build with the building there. In other words, it really doesn't change their calculus very much, other than what I had imagined was just the buildability, like the getting equipment around and how you would design the building. That's what I was imagining would be a big factor, because access on either on Front Street would be awkward, but maybe not, because like you said, so.
Yeah, and I mean, the actual mobilization on site for the contractor is, certainly a logistics thing, but, they, there's lots of places where people can build pretty successfully on constrained sites, and it does have a front and a back, with some parking even in the front too already in place, so it's not terrible.
We have some examples, where Gina Gelato's is, that building's built right next to Yum Sum there, where Victoria Street apartments are built right next to, what's next to CIBC Wood Gundy there, it's built right to lot line there, so it's common building.
A very constrained theater site that's been successful at staying out of the street.
Okay.
Well, that's Broken Hill was a derelict shell.
Yeah.
Entire restaurant was built. Infill.
Yeah, I think what I'm was concerned about was just the cost and the quality and the of the build. Like an integrated building seemed to me would make more sense efficiency wise, but also in terms of design. And if that win-win was very possible, it seems like, of course, we would pursue that. But what I'm hearing is that it's
fine either way is our approach, and that's the purpose of that firewall, so that you can attach to the stairs directly.
Attach to it right away.
And
okay,
it's
great.
a place.
Councillor Woodward, you're next.
Thank you. I just want to pull back from this kind of high level discussion, which I think actually has been kind of nullified to a certain degree by what you just said, because you can build lots of tight building spots are built in all the time. But I want to bring it back to just people and people's needs in this town. We all clearly know the housing crisis in this town, and we clearly know, all of us, that there are many, many people waiting for these kinds of apartments. And I think it's on us to make that happen and help people live in this town and be part of our community at an affordable price. And this is an opportunity right now. And Nelson Cares has done, you all clearly know, a ton of work to get here on our initiative. The city actually, this was essentially a city initiative because of what we heard from the community, that affordable housing was critical for us moving forward. And it's, think 5 or 10 years down the road, these kind of affordable units are going to be gold for so many people. And it could be a launching pad for people to move from that kind of unit up to a standalone house or not. It could be a place where people are able to actually get their lives together and do what they want to do in this community and help us out as a community. They could be a lifesaver for people, mental health lifesaver. I just think we have to bring it back to like the human impact here. It's not, in my mind, it's not really about these kind of high level thoughts. It's about people. People need homes, and when people have homes, they stabilize, they can become active participants in our community, they can feel safe, they have a place that they can go and close the door and be home. You know how it feels, all of us know how it feels to go home, close that door and have that space. And I feel like denying that for some pretty high level ideas is painful for me. And so I'm just putting it out there that we try to remind ourselves that this is about what people need in our community, and it's what we've been pursuing for 5 years or more at this table. And I think this is an opportunity sitting right in front of us, and I hope we grab it. Thank you.
They don't have questions, so Rob, we should probably.
Okay, so, does anybody else have a question for Rob, so that he can recuse from the table? Councillor Page, and then Councillor Pinero, once we come back.
This may be for Rob, it may be for Hillary. So one thing I heard at the RDCK side and the commission side was that differentiation in cost in terms of square footage for multi-purpose space, recreation space that was developed and costed and brought to the commission versus what we were envisioning in terms of an empty box, essentially a 2-story empty box in that site. And yet the numbers that we got for that square footage were conducive to what community centers were being developed down on the Lower Mainland and out across Western Canada. And it never really came together for me in terms of where we were coming up with our costings to do that building together. And that component of the pricing that would go to the RDCK in terms of the lease. And so when you're suggesting that a constrained site could still go forward successfully at some sort of comparable cost, I'm just curious why we couldn't arrive at something more cost efficient for volume of recreation space to make this thing go forward as one unit. And why we should pause now and spend another 6 months trying to get something that's more efficient as a whole unit.
Well, and Hillary, you may be able to answer this as well, but I mean, the costing that we've had done is, call it Class D, which is kind of the earliest stage of costing. You know, we don't have any engineering involved.
Right.
You know, there's some limited, studies of the site. So when there is a costing prepared by a quantity surveyor, it has a lot of contingency and a lot of buffer to consider that early stage. So that's fine. And so when they pull pricing from other comparable projects, it's on a square foot basis for that kind of programming. So it's an early phase kind of analysis. The idea is that when you have, a complementary development that's part of it, that it takes advantage of a lot of things that would have been built as part of that. So, the cost of foundations is something that benefits both parts of the development. And so it wouldn't solely incur the cost of that. So there's a few different things like that, or electrical servicing, or lots of things that you could imagine that would be shared between them. That's where there is efficiency in that kind of an approach. So if you were to develop a standalone recreation building, you would have to incur 100% of the costs.
So not to interject, but just so we can try and get at a shared thing here. One of the pieces you're talking about, the foundation pieces, is we need access to the heat exchange units at the front of that building there. There's a pathway, an alleyway that goes up to the front there, and part of this building, as I had seen it, was incorporated not into the parking, so there would be access through one building to the other building. If there's a separate building, there's no longer this shared amount of public parking that you can necessarily leverage. But
the question comes to me, to staff, is this not a place where we can push for a Class C estimate, better costing, better engineering to get close to the number? Because it's my understanding, what the numbers we got at commission were up here because of the uncertainty in the Class D nature of the costing we already had, because we hadn't moved far enough along to get a better idea of what the numbers actually needed to be. And of course, if you're a local government asking to be partnership and make a financial contribution at the high level, well, I think there's obviously a lot of doubt that if there were efficiencies, they would necessarily translate because we've already committed to a financial number. So is this not something we're not even at the end of July yet, but that we can be pushing to get better costing, to get better understandings of what those actually would be, and then determine whether we want to spend enough time to go to the electorate and find out, which is, the air directors were very clear. They wanted to ask their people.
So I just got a little notice here that Hillary would like to answer, and for those that aren't in the room, I've got both Madeline McPhee and Hillary Morgan from Macola on remotely. So Hillary.
Well, can we have a council resolution so that she can speak?
No, so moved.
Okay,
Second.
okay, there we go. Moved by Councillor Lockhart, seconded by Councillor Page. All those in favor? And that carries. Hillary, you now have the privilege of the floor.
Thank you. I don't think you guys can see me, but I can see you. Just to respond to a few of Councillor Page's comments, I think it's important to note that the QS costing that was done did assume that the NDCC space would be a shell. So as Rob said, they are working at a Class D cost estimate level. So there's lots of assumptions, and it's the costing moves from Class D to Class C to Class B to Class A, which is the tender pricing. And in order to do Class C costing, you would need drawings that are further advanced. So right now, we've taken the drawings as far as we can with the budget that we have for preliminary development funding. To answer the question around could you do a Class C cost estimate, it would require quite a bit more preliminary development funding in the project to advance the drawings to a stage that they have that detail. And I would say even a Class C estimate might not really get you what you want. It probably won't get that refined until Class B. I think another big financial consideration that I believe was discussed, we weren't at the Recreation Commission meeting, but just based on the information I was provided and conversations with the RDCK, is financing costs. So the way that this partnership was structured, the RDCK would be subject to BC Housing and CMHC financing requirements in terms of mortgage requirements and interest rates. And one of the conversations we had is that there might actually be more favorable financing options through different local government funding, like programs that allow for lending to local governments only. So I think that's one option that the regional district could explore, that could bring down costs significantly, because part of that lease cost is not just the construction costs, but the financing costs to facilitate that construction. And if you can bring down that interest rate and bring down those financing costs, it could be a potential opportunity for cost savings. And then what was my final point? I think I just want to clarify, because right now, just so everyone's aware, we're sitting at 46 units in the building. The original design had 50. And yeah, I think in really working through the design, it became clear that at a high level, it seemed like a really great opportunity, like a great win-win opportunity. But in refining the design, it's become pretty clear that, we can get quite a few units on the city-owned parcels, and maybe leaving the RDCK remainder parcel for them to build that expansion when they're ready, after they've had time to engage. Maybe that is the better way to do it. And as Rob mentioned, just the way the building was designed, and Rob, maybe you can speak a little bit to the interaction of mechanicals, how you envisioned mechanical systems and what would be shared within the building versus not shared, because as I understand it, it was really intended to serve as an addition to the NDCC, and it was ultimately just being kind of constructed as part of this project. So
Yeah, and I mean, I'll preface it by saying I'm not a mechanical engineer, and I see Kevin's smiling. But it's fair that, you know, I mean, the space that we were anticipating as an expansion to the rec center, it was meant to be continuous with the exercise room and you know, that there's a lot of shared kinds of intent with that, and it could be extended to some of the servicing, the air, any number of things depending on some of the existing systems, but a lot of that would need to be evaluated a little bit more in depth with what exists. So, you know, at the nature of where we're at here, you know, we didn't involve any mechanical engineers or electrical engineers to look at that, but, you know, any number of variations between standalone system or shared with the existing rec center or even tagged on to a new development could be potential. So, you know, I don't think that it's a tripping point, but there's lots of opportunity.
Okay, just to clarify, maybe it's for Hillary and Rob, I don't think moving forward with this project doesn't mean that the RDCK can't pursue this standalone, and by the time the project's funded and designed, et cetera, I think you're building enough space. If they went out to the electorate, you might still be able to build this as sort of one building, maybe just, you know, I don't know if you'd add any housing above it, but if it made more sense, you know, then you would understand as the mechanical, you know, probably makes sense from the RDCK's point of view that they own their own mechanical system and maintain their own mechanical system, and, you know, that space is, well, probably the best solution. They own that space and they're not leasing and it's their system, et cetera, so I think all that can happen while you go through this process to see if the housing gets funded, and if the housing doesn't get funded, the RDCK could still move forward with the recreation space independently. So I think there's some actually benefits of, you know, treating them as two separate spaces and making sense from an ownership point of view of who owns what. I heard at GNED, you know, Director Graham concerned that, you know, at the end of the lease, they wouldn't even own anything. So I think you get rid of all those sort of challenges by the RDCK going out and advancing that project as a standalone. It doesn't seem like necessarily a big gain by, you know, I think you're gonna lose as much by trying to get the gain by building it as one building, as you're gonna lose as much by the independence, the why, you know, having two separate mechanical systems that you're paying somebody else for, and just the complex nature of trying to, you know, have one building that you own and part of another building that you lease. And so I don't think it precludes the RDCK from advancing if that's where they got. But they're gonna have to invest some money in design, in estimates, et cetera. Because I think, what's a Class D, plus or minus 40?
Sure, yeah,
That's a
I think
Class
it's meant to be like 25, but these days 40 is much more realistic.
Right, so it's, you know, that's why, you know, the number you have is, you know, we always hope they're estimating on the high side, not the low side, but we get surprised that you do have a plus 10 or 20 at the end of it.
Okay, your question, is it for Rob? Rob, I'll let you be excused from the table. Thank you. I'm good. They're listening. I mean, I could excuse her from the table, but she's listening, so I mean. Councilor Pinero.
So I missed the public engagement portion of this with work commitments, but prior to that, I did get a chance to talk to a lot of people leading up to that public engagement, and I'm just really grateful for everybody.
Sorry, can you speak up because the air conditioning?
Sure, yeah, I'm just grateful for everybody that made the time to come and talk to me about this. There's a lot of people that felt really strongly in a lot of different ways, and there were some really good points. When I look at this, there's obviously, I think there's a tendency to kind of, poo-poo the other side of it in some ways, but, there's rec and there's housing, and from what I understand, finally, we're not really making a choice between rec and housing. It's just a matter of how this is happening. And I just had some thoughts about rec and housing. But largely I think people in the rec community are sort of rightly they're very passionate and they're pushing for more rec and more better use of space and all these things, and I think that they have some really strong points. I think you can't really understate the place that a vibrant sports scene has in making a town healthy, and I guess what I see is that thanks to the people in rec and all of these passionate individuals that push so hard for these things, we're actually doing really well. I've compiled a small list off the top of my head as I'm sitting here, which may be wrong, but I think it's wrong, if anything, there's more spaces than this, but by my count, we have 8 basketball courts, indoor and outdoor. We have 2 hockey arenas, at least 7 gyms. We have 15 yoga studios. Again, it's an underestimate, I think. 5 sports fields of various sizes. 7 martial arts studios, at least 2 tennis courts, multiple ski hills. I think we're doing really well in this moment in time for rec. And I also understand that it's our job to plan for the future and to plan coherently and make things work in the long run. I'm confident that this way of doing it will allow for that. I think this gives the RDCK time to plan this out and to put what they want and make it work. And if they want to use it for rec, then great, we can always use more. I think what I'm balancing it against is that we also have a housing crisis. I think if there's something that we're potentially not doing very well, it's providing housing to people that really, really need it. And while seem to be doing a great job with the amount of recreational opportunities we give to people, housing is not really working out that well. Also, all housing is not just housing, and I'm pretty aware of this, that this particular project hits an area where I feel that we really need it. I think we have shelters for people that are really, really in need of something immediate. We have really layered care facilities where we can deal with people that are dealing with addictions and homelessness, and then we have condos going up on the shore of the lake that are millions of dollars each. So we've got the wealthy's second and third homes covered. We've got all of these things. It's all housing, but this actual project hits it where we actually need it, which is just working people that need a place to live. None of this really happens without those people. I'm just really conscious of what is a want and what is a need. And to me, when you're talking about a state-of-the-art recreational / housing facility, that's a want. Housing at this moment, and this type of housing in particular, is a need. And it's sort of urgent. So, I talked with a few people and over the last couple of years, and there's a lot of people that are really hurting for a place to live, and they don't necessarily fall into this low income housing is sort of that a certain picture comes to mind when people say that, but I think that reality is changing. I think that, like, I actually live in low income housing because my rent is super subsidized. And I couldn't be here if I didn't. So, I own a business and I'm a city councillor and all these things, and that may not be, when I was 20, that's not who I thought of as somebody that would need subsidized housing. But it is true that things are changing now. So to me, this project is the right thing at the right time. It would be, while we talk about, the need for rec and the beautiful thing that an integrated building would be, I think we have enough recreational opportunities for people to tide us over until we can figure that out. And in the meantime, I really that we can give some people a place to live. Just seems to be something that we need right now.
Thank you. So, councillors.
I'll chime in.
Councillor Tate.
Thanks. We missed you guys. I'm glad you were here. I wanted to say I'm thankful to local media for their work in covering council matters and keeping everyone informed. And a recent paraphrase statement of mine has sparked an opportunity for dialogue on the issue. And I believe courageous and civil conversations are essential to our democratic processes, and I am a willing participant in those. We do have a need for housing in all communities, and in particular where the need is greatest at the affordable end of the continuum. The work that we have done on this project, the collaborations, the conversations are not for naught. There is a galvanization in our community that I am really proud of. And we're gonna take that and we're gonna move forward and we're gonna continue to be innovative and get to better solutions. Thoughtful stewardship of public lands is what we do. Careful fiscal approach, future usability, long-term livability of the community, housing and rec combined. That's what we shape here. And I'm super proud of this table. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other comments, we have a recommendation on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. And if there's, I'll just read the bottom half because I'm not reading all those numbers. Good job, Councillor Woodward. That the resolution, because it's been a while since we've written the resolution, that this resolution shall, one, be subject to the Nelson Care Society obtaining BC Housing Community Housing Fund CHF funding, and two, expire and be of no further force or effect if CHF funding is not obtained by July the 8th, 2026. So that's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And opposed? And do you wish to be recorded? Okay, never. There'll be a day. There'll be a day. So that motion passes. Thank you, councillors. Okay, moving on. We are now at, and thank you, Madeline and Hillary. So that's, I'm sure you probably don't want to listen to our Nelson Public Library Board report. So
Yes, we do.
thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you for those
Thank you. Good night.
who joined us. Thank you. Okay.
I'm gonna close this because it keeps it cool, right?
I think we're going in.
No, we gotta do the reports.
Right, fair enough.
Yeah, now everybody's left. Now it's gonna cool off anyways.
Can I pop out for wash and break? Sorry, excuse me, I'm excusing myself. It's on YouTube forever.
Okay.
My life.
It's my life.
Okay, we will take a little break at before we go into closed. So we still have quorum, so we are at minutes. And so we have in front of us information items. We have minutes from the Nelson Public Library Board from May the 15th and the Cultural Development Committee from May the 14th. Is anybody there needs to pull one out separately? No? Well, or move them together. You're gonna move for information. Okay, so nobody's pulling one
I would
out,
like to pull the market out.
we're not there.
Oh, fine, fair enough.
On that item, so we're receiving for information the Nelson Public Library Board and the Cultural Development Committee. It's been moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Wattenberg. Thank you. All those in favor, and that carries. Okay. Moving on to reports. We have a number of items here. I hear that we already want to pull out the Nelson Farmers update. So if I could have a motion, anybody have anything that they want to pull out of finance or development services? Councillor Payne.
I'm just curious, I know Canoe is the procurement, but where are we putting $157,000 worth of solar lighting? I'm very excited about that.
Yep, actually, it's interesting you picked up on that one, cause that.
Oh, sorry, I just found it this afternoon, or I would have emailed
Yeah.
sooner. I was excited about the idea of we're going with solar lighting, and that seems like a lot of solar lights. I can follow up later.
Keep talking and I'll say something in a second.
Okay, I do have another thing. In the whole shop Canadian vein, is there any way we can divert from purchases at Amazon? I know there's small amounts, but there's quite a number of them. Is that a direction that we're working on?
I think that's always given consideration. I think sometimes these are parts that we can't obtain either Canadian or in a timely fashion. So sometimes it's a case of, yeah, maybe we get it somewhere else, but we need to have the part more urgently than through maybe a more traditional wholesaler, so.
Okay, I just noticed it doesn't look like our list is diminishing, but that's the case. Just hoping that more Canadian suppliers will come and fill that gap then.
Yeah.
And do we always assume that Amazon is US or offshore? I mean.
Are we assuming that they're US?
Obviously, the company's owned by, as a US company.
So they are benefiting financially from a purchase that we make through them. So if it's actually being manufactured in Canada, then one would think we would be able to source it in another way.
Yeah.
If that's what you're saying, is it manufactured in Canada, the parts that we're getting?
Well, I think, yeah, it depends on the product, but it also, I think, a lot of our product is probably coming from overseas, whether it's Asia or elsewhere that flow through Canadian companies. So we've conscious of purchasing with tariffs and everything from the US, but I think this Amazon is Amazon Canada, and I don't know exactly how that works. If the product from China arrives in Canada and doesn't touch the US, I assume it doesn't come with tariffs. But look into that a bit further.
Well, if our direction is to buy Canadian and this is the only way you can do it, then but I just want to be clear that that is our current direction.
I do believe that finance and purchasing is trying very hard to do that. I don't know how Amazon works because I don't purchase anything from Amazon. Amazon boxes aren't allowed at my house, so.
And as far as office supplies, I mean, we go to local folks here, as much as we can. There's sometimes unique things, I suppose.
I know when I've talked to like Public Works, sometimes it's or to Chris Johnson, that it's about the timeliness and the availability, and sometimes that's the only source that's left there is to.
And they certainly identify where their goods are coming from, so.
And it is a shift. It sometimes is a little more difficult, and I know time is at a premium, but it's one of those things that, maybe if there's a way to shift it, let's do it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the lighting is the Vernon Street lighting here, and Canoe is the procurement group, of course.
Canoe, I knew.
Yeah,
the
ultimately who
procurement
the
group, but-
supplier was, I'd have to check, but that's.
That's okay. So on Vernon Street, we've.
I don't know the details on the exact lighting stands that they selected, but.
Look that way. I can't see that way. Okay, thanks. I'll keep my eyes out for it then. Very exciting.
Okay, does anybody else have any questions then about That was finance, development services. Okay, if I could have a motion then to receive items 1 and item 2 for information only. Councillor Tate, second by Councillor Woodward. All those in favor, and that carries. Okay, item number 3 has been pulled by Councillor Page. Councillor Page.
I have a motion to go on the table. If I can on the market.
You've pulled this item, so.
Okay, so I would like to move the motion that council direct staff to relocate the Wednesday's farmers market back to Baker Street for the remainder of the summer. And further, the council refer the matter of market location and design for the 2026 season to the Market Advisory Committee for planning and recommendations.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Lockenberg.
And I'll just speak to it.
Sure.
So I really have a deep appreciation for the changes we had to make going into the summer to accommodate our complex capital management projects, and I really appreciate that. Having to do all of that work is, we do our best to plan ahead of time, and it's sometimes lining up contractors and external stakeholders and getting it all where it needs to be, along with people carrying on with their careers as they do. We had to move it back in a really quick fashion. I think while there may be some challenges and some confusion that goes along with having it down on the 600 block, I think we owe it to our vendors to return it there now that the transit exchange has reached most of its completion. And particularly when we'd had this conversation at length before in the past, we had decided upon a market advisory role in terms of how we plan going forward, and we're gonna have some really complex construction schedules along Baker Street in the coming years. So I'd like to move it back. I'd like to have the Market Advisory Committee have some longer conversations about what is appropriate for 2026, informed by staff in terms of what we anticipate for construction around water and sewer and asphalt, and come back to us before the end of this year with some recommendations on how we're going to execute our market season in 2026. And I think we need to go this route because I think we need to show that we're invested in our Market Advisory Committee, that that's the governance model that we're following, that we're allowing those stakeholders to have some real bite into the issue. I think we have to recognize that the market's gonna look a lot different year to year in the coming years because of the changes that'll be happening on Baker Street. And I think we need to have that engagement really high with those stakeholders, the market vendors and the artisans that participate. And I think this is, to me, an olive branch of saying, now that we're completed with the transit exchange, we're taking you back to 600 block, you can have that comparator, and then I'd like to see them talk about recommendations and bring them back to us later in the year so that we have a good sense before we're done 2025 where 2026 is going. And that's the motion.
Councillor Forward.
So I understand clearly why Councillor Page has pulled this, and I understand what you're saying. I know this has been a hit to some of the marketeers. I would say that we have spent as a city an incredible amount of effort, time, 15 years basically, and money to create like literally the perfect market space at Cottonwood Market. And it's like literally checked off every single box that a market has or needs. It's all there, and it's an absolute beautiful location. So for me, I would say that I would like to see us continue to have it in that space, but add an addition to transit to get people down there in an efficient manner. I feel like that actually is way more efficient and beneficial to the whole community to develop a good transit system down there than moving the market back and clogging up downtown again every Wednesday. And I just want to say, as with my experience, sticking the market on Baker Street is like putting a plug in the middle of the city. And in 2012, when I first took it over, and ran it for 7 years to 2018. Every year, the downtown core just got busier and busier and busier. I mean, this town is grown by, since 2018, it's probably grown by 2,000 to 3,000 more people. There's way more construction going on. There will continue to be construction going on. Parking is always premium. And when you have it at Cottonwood, all those issues are resolved, except I think for getting people down there in an efficient manner. And I think that's actually like a fairly straightforward solution, rather than like, we're gonna move the whole market back up onto Baker Street, all that confusion that goes with that, and all the rerouting that has to happen. So my sense is that we should run this experiment for a year, get transit going down there, and see where we are, as staff has clearly shown here in this document, and go from there. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, what do you want? You want a market that doesn't impact everyone else. Because battle's the wrong word, but I struggled with putting the market downtown every year because there were many people who didn't want it there in this community. Because it really does bunch everything up in a very concrete way. So I would just say, I would like to see this experiment as a trial run, see how it goes, but I really think the key to this working, is having a good transit connection from the downtown Baker and Ward area, or the bus loop or whatever, down to the market every half an hour or something throughout the market day. People can come and go. That to me seems like the most efficient. So, thank you.
Lockenberg then Panero.
I'm really sympathetic to Councillor Page's motion, because I've been hearing from a lot of people, surprisingly, it surprised me, how many people have expressed dismay at losing it from downtown, and I get, or from Baker Street, and I get, you know, the beautiful Cottonwood Market space and everything else, but I also have heard really compelling stories about how it just kind of, for that Wednesday, it just lights up downtown in a really sort of beautiful way that I think tourists and visitors really appreciate. And I think so. I don't think we do this lightly. So I would really lean heavily towards the fact that it moved so quickly and it was so disruptive. I think it really thrown off the goodwill and the vibe, not of just the vendors, but of a lot of people in the community. I was getting my hair cut, and the barber, like, who's super positive and generally really sweet, was like really hard about how that is like one of the most disappointing things she's seen. And not just the fact that it's gone, but how it left so abruptly, and how it really, like, she was like, man, that sucked. The way you guys did that and how that happened really sucked. And so I really think that we heard a little bit from the public, from our residents, from that side, but I think it's a much greater part of our community than we might realize. And I think it's not just about, you know, people get used to Cottonwood Market and they'll eventually adjust and start to integrate it into their lives. That might happen, but I also think that there is something really positive of what that market brought to Wednesdays on Baker Street. So I'm of two minds, of course, on this, but I am sympathetic, as I said, so I'll probably, if anybody else speaks, I might be swayed. Either way.
Councilor Panero.
Yeah, speaking from, you know, having a business right across, or basically right there, and there's like parking issues anyway, having a business right there, so most of the people that come to the gym come for more than an hour, it's a hassle. And so the market is always, I've always been ambivalent about it. However, I was ambivalent about it for a long time, and then I realized that it didn't really matter, and anybody that really wanted to come to the gym was just gonna walk. And it's been fine. And now that I'm used to it, I kind of just got used to it, and now it's gone. And there's a lot of people that, from what I gather, this is really affecting really badly. And so, while I appreciate that, like, Cottonwood clearly is a superior place theoretically, or, you know, at least aesthetically for a market. It does have everything you need for a market, absolutely, except there's nobody there. And if you're actually selling things, that's a big thing, that there's nobody there. I don't know if anybody's ever been to Ferguson. Has anybody been, like, Ferguson is north of Trout Lake, up a dirt road that you need a 4x4 to get to. And there's a guy up there who was a Michelin star pastry chef in France. And he has Sunday tea every Sunday, and it has the best pastries you're ever gonna eat in this country. There's nobody there. It's in Ferguson. Like, you can, it doesn't matter that it's amazing because it's in Ferguson and nobody will ever go there. You know what I mean? It's a bad, he doesn't care. It's where he wants to live, in the middle of nowhere, and it's fine for him, but as a business model, it's never gonna work. And I think that there's some parallels there with the market. I mean, it's a beautiful space, but there's nobody there, and for the vendors, I think that really, that's what matters. Like, I think they're there to make money and to earn a living and to feed their kids and whatnot. So I would support the moving it back, especially given, you know, some of Councillor Page's thoughts about this. Just move it back and figure out, you're gonna move it, instead of moving it and figuring out the infrastructure afterwards, move it back and figure out the infrastructure to wherever you're gonna move it to, and then make that a gradual and well publicized move with all that infrastructure in place. Instead of, like, moving it to Cottonwood and then trying to figure out a bus route after the fact, let's move it to Baker Street. And if we wanna put another bus stop down at Cottonwood, let's do that now, before there's a market there. People will use it on Saturdays maybe, and give people time, because I think that's what this whole episode has shown, is that people need time to adjust. They don't react like that. Like, if everybody's used to going to the market on Wednesdays on Baker, that's where they go. And if there's no market on Baker, then they just keep going there, and there's nothing there for them. People need time to adjust. So I would support moving it back on Baker, and then the committee can look at it, look at the options, and if we need to move it eventually to Cottonwood or to anywhere else, we just make sure that our infrastructure is in place and our messaging and our communication is rolled out in a way that makes that move actually sustainable. Because I don't think a lot of these people at the market, if it's another year before the infrastructure is in place at Cottonwood, I don't know if they'll be there. I think that a lot of people will find something else to do with their lives, and that would be too bad for the community. I think it does add something to it. I don't, personally partake that much, but I do see the vibrancy that it, I can see beyond the end of my own nose. Just because it's not good for me doesn't mean it's not good. So I see the benefit that it has.
Okay, sure. So I am not in favor of relocating the market back onto Baker Street, and for a number of reasons. I mean, we're using the word infrastructure, but to me that maybe is just, we need to do a transportation link. The infrastructure that makes the reason Cottonwood is an appropriate place is the infrastructure is in place. So some of the asks that have been made by vendors in the past for more parking, the water, the bathrooms, the electrical, that is all in place in Cottonwood Falls Park. So I think we have to consider that. we just had a long discussion about how traffic is backed up on Baker Street. And one of the corners that you consider that a scramble will be at is actually at Josephine, and which is right where the market is. So Josephine goes between Hall and Josephine. And we talked about the difficulty in the flow of traffic. And so, you know, one of the things is congestion in the downtown core. People are going to the market. I've been to every Wednesday market since it started. It's not like there's a ghost town down there. People are going to the market. I've heard from vendors at the market, yes, that sales are down. Some sales are down more than others, or year over year. We don't have those comparative numbers in the city. I mean, the vendors know what they've done for business. But I also hear vendors who have told me, yeah, my sales are down some, but I prefer to be down here. There's shade, it's not as hot. I said, well, are you reeling that? No, I'm not gonna say it publicly because there's so much negativity down here from a few very strong-willed vendors that are totally against the vendors, totally against being in Cottonwood Park. So that, I struggle with that. I struggle with that because I struggle with the community who says, oh, I'm glad that it's now downtown, off of the downtown, because now I can make appointments on Wednesday. I don't have to be selective. I can access things I want to do on Baker Street. And again, it's like, I'm not going to say that out loud or in public. Those are all one-on-one conversations, because the rhetoric and some of the vitriol on social media pages has been outstandingly of poor quality. And so that's, I struggle with that because we aren't hearing the voice of the fact that there are people who, and rightfully so, this is why I don't go on social media, because I'm sure if I was on it, I probably would have resigned as mayor by now, because one has to maintain their personal and mental health. And so lots of people, and same with the people on businesses on Baker Street, some are ambivalent. Some are very glad that it has gone. Some are very glad that the congestion of driving around and around and around the block with people that are looking for a parking spot and not looking out for pedestrians has become a lesser event. And it's just like, you would think that we canceled the Wednesday market. We didn't. There still is a Wednesday market. There still is 2 markets. We are the only community that has 2 markets. Some of our local communities, as we like to talk about what is the comparator to local community places, Trail has a market twice a month, not even every week. So I think that we need to keep in mind that this market hasn't disappeared. I'm looking here at this document that we have here. Weekly vendor attendance has remained consistent with a strong showing from both farm, food, and artisan vendors. New vendors are bringing new energy. Market staff have noted that a consistent increase in vendor participation from equivalent market events from 2024. So I don't know, are our staff lying? I'm trying to figure it out. Like, I got this long document from a vendor who doesn't even advertise that they are at markets, which is kind of disappointing. I've noticed that there are vendors who don't anywhere on their social media feeds or on their web pages even say that they go to markets. I don't know that it's the total responsibility of the city to be doing all of the advertising for the vendors that participate. So I'm just not comfortable with the move back. And the other thing is that this market is going to keep moving. When I look at the construction diagram there, it's not like, oh, well, you're going to be here and then you're going to get to stay there for another 5 or 10 years. And I've heard from Jesse, who I value, sorry, Councillor Woodward, my apologies, whose opinion I value. I've also heard it from Matt from Linden Lane Farms, is that it takes a number of years to establish a place. We've moved it 800 meters. It's not that far away to establish. We didn't move it to 6 Mile. But yes, getting used to the idea that it's a new spot does take some time. I don't see this market being able to be in the 600 block of Baker Street in 2026. And wherever it goes in 2026, it might have to make more than one move in the course of the year. So I think developing this beautiful setting that we have, I think it's worth the energy and the effort to try to continue to use Cottonwood Falls Park for the market for this season. That's what we're looking at. While we have time to do what you're asking for, Councillor Page, and I heard you ask that earlier when the market got moved to say, you know, is there going to be a process? We've reinvigorated the market committee. It needs to have a few new members and opening up the doors to getting those people to the table, and then having that discussion while we work on what 2026 does look like. So those are my thoughts on it. Councillor Tate.
Thank you so much. I'm learning so much about markets now.
Yeah, way more than I ever wanted to know.
I have been kind of digging into some of the services that we provide as a city. So we kind of provide this market service, which some markets are done by a market committee, right? But the city, for whatever historical reasons, provides this service. And I think when we look at our strategic plan and we look at this table and we look at the citizens of Nelson, we lean into providing the service from a point of values, right? Like the city itself, we don't make revenue off of the market, but we value the market. We value our farmers, we value our artisans, we value our craftspeople. And I'm gonna be a bit provocative here, Mayor, and I'm gonna say, I think some people actually value the congestion. The whole point of a city is to get people to stop and look. Pull over your horse, come into my saloon, come into my church, buy some grain, whatever it is that you want. That's what cities are for. Cities are for slowing down. Just a little bit of tidbit. Now, values, yes. I have a curiosity though, and again, a bit provocative. I am curious about how much responsibility city council or government policy has in terms of guaranteeing profits. I get a bit nervous about reacting when one of the key challenges, and it's a big challenge, I'm not saying it's not, is this sudden, unexpected drop in profits. And I don't know enough about economics or policy or accounting to know where do we stand and where is our values in propping up profits or supporting that aspect of our community from an economic development aspect. I think from the GNED aspect and perspective, I think it is really important. And I'm rolling that around in my head and trying to understand from a policy perspective, what is our responsibility? So I'm hoping that we have I know it's late, but a little bit of time just to roll that around as a group, because it's something that we haven't talked about at this table. So I have a curiosity about that.
Councilor Pinero.
I think that's a really good point. I don't think it's our responsibility at all to guarantee somebody a profit on their wares or what have you, unless something that we did quite demonstrably directly affects their profit. And if the reason is not because your, squash is moldy or your, pots are broken or whatever, it's because your customers can't find you where they did last week and don't understand how to get to where you are now. And speaking as somebody who is pretty oblivious to a lot of things, not just the market, I think having it downtown is awesome.
Proximity.
Because I don't have to know about it.
Consumer behavior.
I just
discover
it. It happens to me. And
Neither do the tourists,
for
it's
those
right
of
there.
us that let life happen to us, then it's a blessing to have it there. Life hits you like a car or whatever. Yeah. So anyway, I appreciate that point, because normally I don't think we have any responsibility to make sure that you sell what you're selling. We provide you the space to do it, and then that's that should be enough, and if it works, it works, if it doesn't, it doesn't. However, in this particular case, at least what I'm hearing, which is, you know, could be true or not, it's something that we've done it's a move that we made that is causing the profitability to plummet, not the quality, the way, sort of the marketing or anything like that. So I think at least in the short term, we do have some sort of responsibility to make that, to acknowledge that that was our move that did that, and not nothing to do with the vendors themselves, short term at the very least.
Josephine.
Thank you. That was what I was going to add. If we've made a decision that's negatively impacted our business, I'm pretty sure that we know the Chamber of Commerce would be knocking on our door rather vigorously. And I am gonna say one thing. So I can't remember what Councillor Woodward said, but I want a market that is wildly successful and supports food security in our region. So that's what we've had. You know, we saw the results from the BC Farmers Market Association. We have one of the most successful markets in our Wednesday Baker Street Market in the province. And we have jeopardized their success with this. So when we jeopardize the success of the Wednesday market that's doing so well, it is a mix of a number of things. But I have also been down to the Wednesday market, and compared to the Wednesday markets on Baker Street, I actually think it's a ghost town. I've been able to walk right up to Linden Lanes, pick the things I want and pay for them. I never even bought things from Linden Lanes at the Wednesday market because the lineup was 6 to 8 people deep. And I was growing a lot of stuff in my own garden anyways, but I tried to shop from the other farmers because food security is critically important to me, where we know we have a severe, lack of ability to supply our own food in this area. So depending on our farmers, which is something that's mentioned in most of our key documents from like 2012 when we did a food security analysis, Path to 2040, where it talks about supporting our food security in the region. And one of the things listed right there is promoting farmers markets. Now, to me, promoting something means that we put them front and center and make it easy for people to access that. Our Nelson Next and even our OCP all talk about food security. It's critical to the health of our region. Water security, food security, housing, these are our basic needs. But the area that so food security, we have already jeopardized the financial health of every farmer at that market. If we move them back next week, they will still have a hard time recovering. They've been to the banks, they've got loans to pay their employees. So instead of making money, now they are indebted. But one of the key things for me is the farmer market nutrition coupon program, where we spend, I think it's over $100,000, and I'm sorry I don't have the number right in front of me, that the province supplies coupons to pregnant women, low-income families, and seniors, who can then take that to the farmers market and buy nutritious, fresh food. I have spoken to many of those people who are really stressed. They can't get to the cottonwood. So from my view of accessibility, if you use a walker, if you're pregnant and pushing a baby carriage, any type of mobility device, I have a hard time walking up that hill in the heat carrying my 2 heads of lettuce or whatever it is. It's not an accessible place. And the reality of getting BC Transit to put a stop down there in the next year is not real. So the fact that we're jeopardizing the food security by not promoting our farmers, and then also making it very difficult for the people that the that nutrition coupon program is directed to actually access the food that this is about. And the way the market program coupon is set up, we need to have a certain percentage of farmers at the market every time to qualify to get into the program, that we've been very successful with getting that out through Kootenai Kids, through the Nelson Community Food Center, through the Seniors Coordinating Society, and the Women's Center this year just joined on to that. So that's who we're helping to get food. But if they have to spend $10 or $20 to get a cab down there and back to carry their groceries because they're 0.8 kilometer from a bus stop is pretty far. When you're, one of the people that I spoke to, I've known for a really long time. I think she's a dynamo in our community, but she has a debilitating disease. She uses a walker. She can get around on the bus, but she can't make it down there. So she's cut off. That to me is, those are the two factors right there. We've already mentioned the fact that putting the best business in the world somewhere where our customers are not, isn't gonna be successful. So Cottonwood, I go on Saturdays too. This is how much I love the market. It's a very different vibe. The music, the socialization, it's great. But the Wednesday market it's really the heartbeat of our community. And when we talk about congestion, could we just really name it? It's like we have to call organic food organic because the other food is not. It's like we're calling vehicular congestion because we just had a presentation on active transportation. We want more people walking and cycling. Well, if this isn't going to encourage them, what is? We need more bike parking. So I am firmly of the belief that to be successful, support food security, which so many of our guiding documents stress as one of our key priorities, that the market needs to come back to Baker Street, and we do need to have a fulsome review of all the data that maybe we should have been collecting for a while if we haven't been doing that, to see what successful looks like for people who buy there, the people who sell there, and the businesses in the area, as well as our bioregion. Because I know Mayor Morrison was on an interview on Friday with the ED at the Creston Chamber of Commerce, who was talking about the regional effects that this is having. They have farmers from Creston who aren't going to come over the market because of the lack of sales on Wednesday, and at the same time, they won't be transporting goods from 2 or 3 other farmers to drop off at the Kootenai Co-op. That's a loss for our community.
So I'd just like to make a couple of comments. One is the nutritional coupon program is not at risk. Currently, we have more than the required number of farm vendors to maintain our nutritional coupon program. I've heard that thrown out that will be pulled, and that people are reporting that we're not making our numbers to the BC Food Market Association with numbers that I'm not too sure we're being gotten from. We have more farm vendors this year at 26 than we've had in previous years. There are 6 vendors that are coming from the Creston area, and we had 6 vendors that came from Creston last year. Those vendors aren't regular vendors of weekly markets because of the fact that they have seasonal produce, but they are coming because their produce is in season now. So it doesn't matter how we vote. That there's been a lot of misinformation and disinformation, and I think we just need to be honest about that in terms of, this is in jeopardy, that's in jeopardy. Like, why would you pursue with the market association, seeing whether or not we were legitimately keeping enough farm vendors there, when farmers basically through that program last year got reimbursed $63,000 because we happen to have that coupon program here that other local markets don't have because they don't have the number of vendors. They can't make the math on the equation that's needed. So I just want to be careful. You guys are like, there's 7 of us here. We're gonna have a vote. Looks to me by the look around the table that it's gonna go through, that the market's gonna go back onto Baker Street. But I do not, that the misinformation and the disinformation has added to, I think, a lot of the negativity that's been around the market. And I don't think it's fair to our staff, because what it's doing is it's questioning the ethics of our staff in reporting what they're seeing. I have that, it's problematic for me that we are sort of questioning the work that our staff are doing. And I can tell you that staff, and I love that we have the new coordinator, and she will do a wonderful job, whether it's here, there, somewhere in Fairview. I mean, she's gonna do a good job. So I just wanna, I'm hopeful that the misinformation, this disinformation, and this campaign to make this look like it's such a negative thing that we have done, that it ends. That's what I really hope for. I hope that this ends. And it better not end with victory laps of people then saying, we won, they lost, because that's what I really feel there'll be some comments out there about. So anyhow, everybody's had a chance, so we have a motion on the floor. Could you read the motion?
Oh, I can. Okay, hang on a second. That council directs staff to relocate the Wednesday Farmers Market back to Baker Street for the remainder of the summer. And further, that council refer the matter of market location and design for the 2026 season to the Market Advisory Committee for planning and recommendations.
And just to remind everybody that it's an advisory committee, the decisions that are actually made about what the market looks like are a council decision.
That's why they have to make recommendations.
Can I propose a friendly amendment that I will need a second on? But it might have something to do with wordsmith, creating a system of evaluation for success, because we don't know what success is. It's gonna be different to each vendor. It's different to people who want to be in the shade. It's different to people who need to take the bus. And we don't have a system in place for evaluating whether or not something is working. We don't have a checklist. We don't. And so I think we're in a little bit of a muddle there. Is it the wait list? Is the wait list what tells us we're successful? I don't know.
There's 60 on the wait list, but I think that was all part of the evaluation that was gonna happen as part of this. I don't think the evaluation will change any for the season. But you want it embedded in the motion.
I would like the rubric for success to be developed or by the Market Advisory Committee / Council. I think that figuring out what success is a governance piece. That's my, and go.
Second.
Okay. You have planning in there and you're looking for another word amongst planning and recommendations, like, and further, the council refer the matter or market location and design for the 2026 season to the Market Advisory Committee for planning and recommendations, so I feel like you're looking for a word there.
Well, we know that whatever happens next week will be different than what happens in 53 weeks and different than what happens in 110 weeks. And so we're gonna be banging into these challenges of non-success from different perspectives constantly and consistently.
Yeah, sorry.
So
I'm sorry,
Councillor Woodward.
I'm sorry, you guys, I'm not tooting my horn, but I ran markets for 7 straight years. It was blood, sweat, and tears for me. And not only did I run the markets, I ran Market Fest 3 times a summer for 7 straight years, plus extra events on top of that at the US side. I have a lot of experience in this, and I have a lot of experience with the downtown core. We had it in the 400 block, the 600 block, on Hall Street. It was constantly trying to make it work with traffic. There was the one on Hall Street going down to
Vernon Street was like super dangerous because trucks were going through the alleyways, almost hitting people. I mean, I've done it all. And I pressed really hard. When I was doing that job, I always had in my back pocket that if it didn't work with the NGO I was working for, I'd come to the city. Because the city is the partner. Where no matter who's running the market, no matter what's happening, it's the city that decides, it's council that decides. It'll always be that because of the logistics, the licensing, insurance, special events, which we heard about today, right? So I think the other thing that I feel like is being missed here is through this whole last 15 years, Cottonwood has been designed to be a market space. It is like kind of the ultimate market space, to be honest. It's got a waterfall, Japanese gardens, sage shales, a really unique stage, electricity, water, bathrooms, parking, murals, new bridge, extra parking across the Red Bridge. You know, it's just got everything, and that's what it was designed to do. And I just feel like what's not being talked about is the impact that the market has every year on the downtown core that's running. It's great for some of the marketeers. You know, many marketeers didn't make much money on Baker Street. They sweated in the sun, it's brutally hot. People are parking all over the place. The vendors are parking all over the place. Filling in parking spots. There's like, I don't know, on an average day at a market, there would probably be like 50 or 60 vendors. Everyone's got a car, a truck, panel van, just stuck all over downtown. And people are like sprinting to restaurants for going to the bathroom, trying to fill up their water and wherever they can. Like it was always a struggle. It's sweaty, it's hot, and it's very congestion. It causes a lot of congestion because you're literally like taking a chunk of the main part of downtown and you're blocking it off. So all the transit has to work around, all the people that are driving their cars that aren't going to the market have to figure out how to get, there's no parking anywhere. Because not only are the vendors taking up parking spots, the customers are taking up parking spots. So, I mean, I feel like the whole reason for Cottonwood Park is to it was to eventually get the markets, everything all that's market related to that space. And if you look at the Railtown SNAP, I think it's called, 2015, I think Cottonwood Market was labeled market zone. It was always gonna be the market zone because it removes all the congestion, all the issues with the brick and mortar who pay vast sums of money to be on Baker Street. And the only reason that the Baker Street market's tents are pointed towards the sidewalks, which is a really weird way to have a market, because you know Market Fest is all pointed into the street, because you walk down the main thoroughfare. The reason it's pointed to the sidewalk with the weird 5-foot spacing to the sidewalk is because the business community is like, we don't want backs of tents facing our plate glass windows and not getting customers, because everyone's in the middle of the street every single Wednesday for the entire summer, which is their peak season. So I feel like a bunch of this conversation is not including a big portion of this town that pays taxes and has every right to make maximum profit during the summer, which is peak season on Baker Street. And it was always very contentious. When I was running these markets, it was contentious then, it's contentious now. So I feel like we're very weighted towards the marketeers, and we're kind of like forgetting that there's this whole other part of Nelson that also needs to earn money during the summer. And they pay vast sums of money for insurance, wages. You talked about wages, like the brick and mortar, the amount of money that just to keep the doors open. They need to have that Baker Street functioning really well all summer long. And Market Fest works really well because it is after the stores close. And then you can party all night and no one's really damaged by that, you know, in terms of profits. But I just feel like we're all kind of forgetting there's this whole other part of our town, which is somewhat negatively impacted by the markets. So I'm just gonna say that. And I feel like, just to finish it off, I feel like Cottonwood has been a 15-year-long project to make probably one of the most beautiful market spaces in Western Canada. And, you know, there is gonna be some uncomfortability, like getting it all to be there, but ultimately that is the like prime location for a market. Just gonna leave it at that, thank you.
Counselor Page, I'm gonna give you 2 minutes and then I'm calling the question.
I did get a second from my.
To her question on the friendly amendment,
It might not be friendly.
I was going to suggest the wording of, in the end, further, we say Market Advisory Committee. And I was gonna add in for assessment framework, planning, and recommendations.
Assessment framework.
Evaluation.
Evaluation framework?
That's just evaluation.
Can I just ask, if council's committed to having it in the downtown, who do you want to do all this work and for what purpose?
The work being.
Market Advisory Committee.
Assessing.
Well, my concern is, that it's going to need to continue to move as further construction happens. It's gonna get bumped here, bumped there, bumped here, bumped there, and there is going to be some kind of challenge with every subsequent move. So if
How much role are we gonna
well,
take
this is
in-
my question. This is exactly my question. Is what are we are we going to be reacting each time? And if so, on what basis are we gonna evaluate whether or not there is a new and additional shift?
I think.
So maybe it's not friendly.
I think it's,
I think
it will be.
How you measure success is friendly, but the intent is friendly.
Yeah, I think it's driven, those moves will be driven by not the success of the market where it is, or it's gonna be driven by we're tearing that street up and.
But that's what happened this year. The rationale wasn't about success of the market. The rationale was about safety, traffic, operations. And so if those are not the things by which we're evaluating where to put it, then we need to know what the things are by which we're evaluating its success and where to put it.
Well, if you're
Sorry, it's a bigger conversation. I mean, this is not a simple question anymore. It's turned into a
maybe you
very big
wanna-
question about policy versus advisory versus operations versus government. Like this is bigger than just this actual issue in many ways.
I
So
think
that's why I'm
there's-
getting muddled.
Yeah, I think there's a decision now, what
Yes.
do you wanna do this year? We know there's significant construction happening in the future and we need to, if it's gonna stay in the downtown, we need to plan for that, which I think is a separate
Okay.
exercise. I wouldn't try to confuse those together, cause one can be a practical solution, we're digging up this street. Where are we gonna move this to? I think those evaluation, how do we make, like, we're gonna have to, when we do Baker Street, we're gonna have to divert traffic around our downtown already. We're gonna have to come up with a plan of how traffic moves when we can't get through potentially Baker Street. So we're gonna have to do that our own. We're gonna have to figure out how we support those bricks and mortar businesses while we have the street torn up, etc. So that's gonna, if the market is part of that, then that's just an extra factor in how do we do this traffic planning as part of this construction program that we have.
How do we bring those stakeholders in? How are we
Well,
engaging with them? Because the market is a microcosm of that.
Exactly. The bigger thing is all those businesses and transit routes and, this is a much bigger exercise. This is one factor in a much larger plan.
I think I'm getting some clarity because this decision, I think, is this decision in a way sets a precedent that I'm concerned we don't have guidelines on how to make this kind of a decision in this way. because the way that these decisions have been made in the past and were initially made admittedly with not great timing and rollout, and with apologies, but was based on these operational rationale. So if that's not sufficient for council, then we need to have a better system in place for that decision making, or for adjustments and adapting. So I'm curious about this decision now and what that means for future decisions. If anytime something, we have an operational rationale for shifting something, and anytime that it is challenged, then it comes back and we're like, okay, and then we're trying to undo that rationale without having a policy or a system in place for undoing what's already been rationalized by our operations. And so I'm curious, I'm concerned about trying to make this decision now that I'm finding
I'd just
clarity.
be, we cannot pass that on to a committee.
Right.
Vendors.
Right.
Public
That's
safety,
okay.
congestion,
So I got
construction are not being decided by an advisory food committee.
Right.
And that, Mayor?
And that's not their role, and I don't
Right.
think they wanna take that on. They can
Okay.
provide input into, just as we're gonna get input from our business community
Right.
of how we manage this disruption we're gonna create in the future. And in retrospect, that should have happened with this, with that transit exchange, and it went much later than we expected. That's why the decision took so long to make, because we were hoping that transit exchange, we were told it was a month sooner that it was going to be completed, and it ended up being later than we anticipated. So yes, I think it's if council makes a decision, keep markets in the downtown, you're not interested in moving it to Cottonwood or anywhere else, then we have to plan this whole traffic management plan with a market as part of that.
Mayor?
Councilor Woodward.
I just wanna say that a part of our job is not making sure the markets are running fine. Maybe that's part of our job. I think a large portion of our job is making sure the city is running operationally well. I think that is a really key part of this table, that we don't just disregard what staff is saying is going to happen or needs to happen. Part of our job is to make sure the city is running operationally well, and we're doing capital projects in a timely and efficient manner. And the markets are part of the city. They're not everything, that's for sure. And I think what is a little bit strange here is, as the mayor has mentioned, is we're kind of disregarding what staff is telling us, right? We pay people to tell us that this is the most efficient route to have good operations. And we can do this instead, we can move it down there, we can add transit, we can do other things, but we're gonna need to work on downtown core over the next 10 years. So, sorry, this is.
It's legitimate.
It's got the dueling, I know, I mean, this is a huge conversation, but we have a motion on the floor.
It's 10 o'clock.
So
It's 10 o'clock.
We have the friendly amendment on the floor, so you can withdraw it.
I withdraw my friendly amendment.
Okay.
Thank you.
For now,
Okay.
let's keep it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So off the friendly amendment, and back to the original, whatever, we're moving it back. Do you have anything further that you want to add that's new?
I
It's
do,
new.
but I won't, because I feel like it won't change the vote. I'll take the risk.
Oh, wow, cliffhanger.
No, we're all gonna be none of us are gonna get any sleep.
I'm gonna be okay, Rick, thanks.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, I don't think it'll make a difference if I say anything, so.
Okay,
And we're going in camera after this.
I don't know.
yeah, we
that
still
I-
got more meetings.
Still got more meetings to say either, but I would just say that for me, like, I don't think that my impression, I could be wrong about this, like, at least, is that staff, I don't think we're stomping on staff. I think staff itself has sort of recognized that this didn't go exactly how they wanted it to go, and so what I heard from staff was that they recognize that they're not defending it really. And I think that if we had decided to move the market to Cottonwood in 2026 and had all winter to tell people about it and to figure it out, I think we wouldn't really hear a peep about it, honestly. I see this move back to Baker if that's what ends up happening. What?
The market has, every year the market.
Every year, the market has always been a problem, so it doesn't,
Every single year.
but we'll take some time.
Or whatever, but what I see it moving back is just basically like, let's help people salvage their year.
Yeah.
And if 2026 is different, it'll be different with 6 months of winter to think about it and to roll it out and do it properly. The way even I think staff recognizes that if we could have just held off for 3 more months and done it and announced it in September, I think everybody, even staff, is like, yeah, that probably would have been the thing to do. So I just think, yeah, this vote is about, for me anyway, it's just about like making it slightly better for people and not, I don't feel the need to like, go down with the ship on this one. I think there's wiggle room, like if it's slightly better, it's better. And even if it's short term, it's still better. And then next year is next year, and all of the reasons why I needed to move to Cottonwood will still exist, and we'll have time to articulate them and to give people a little more, tools to function with that info.
Okay, there's a question on the table. I don't think that we need to have any more because we still have quite a bit of in-camera here to do. So those, read it again.
Please. That council directs staff to relocate the Wednesday farmers market back to Baker Street for the remainder of the summer, and further that council refer, can I say season? Anyway, whatever. And further that council refer the matter of market location and design for the 2026 season to the Market Advisory Committee for planning and recommendations.
Okay.
As I said, my only concern is it's ultimately council needs to figure out.
So they're gonna
based-
recommend.
Well, I don't think they can plan our traffic plan for how we're gonna manage construction, so
It's not the way I hear it.
so that's my only concern. If they're gonna get the impression that they're gonna plan how we manage traffic during this construction, certainly maybe you wanna refine it, that you get recommendations regarding the potential locations to
Consider that friendly
accommodate.
for potential locations.
Yeah, I think their role is to give us recommendations on
So
how
here's-
it will
Just
work in
recommendations,
whatever location we deem it necessary that it is, right? Like, how is it gonna work at Cottonwood? Let's have some ideas on how that's gonna work the best, because that's where it needs to be.
We might have 3 different locations that it could be, and getting feedback from the vendors of their input into those. And you'll have to balance, what does that do to managing transit and operations and all those other factors that, as you articulated.
The market committee will, the marketeers on the market committee will vote for whatever is the most profitable for them, not necessarily the best for the city or what we need as traffic and operations. So I just wanna put that out there. They're obviously,
I think it's hard to suppose how people will vote without.
well, but
full
it's obvious.
information.
They're not gonna vote against their own ability to make the most amount of money. That's what marketeers do. We all understand that. But the challenge that we have here is the city has to move forward on a very large downtown reconstruction plan. And that needs to be factored into all of this. I think Councilor Pinero's, his point is, yeah, it's fine. I think that I think eventually it's gonna end up at Cottonwood Park because that is where it is designed to be. But it's the question of how much sort of risk and pushing are we gonna do to the downtown core for a few more months or another year before it has to go down there anyways. So I think what I'm worried about is Councillor Page's amendment is saying to the Market Advisory Committee, you decide where you think it's best, and then we're supposed to sort of roll with that.
I think that there's a few things here. It's getting late and I wish
is
that,
getting late,
I wish that,
We
we had more time, but that will only anger more people if they can't move back for 2 weeks, so we could talk about it again or whatever, but the thing here is that, this is an advisory committee. And so they can think of areas that they might like to vend in, but the final decision will be the city of Nelson's. And I don't know how we put that into a motion, because we wanna hear what the market committee has to say. We wanna work with them. We've got Councillor Woodward there, and we've got Councillor Payne there. And so, and anybody that wants to drop in can drop in, I guess, to these meetings. But it's just the fact that it might be that they might come up with 3 areas and none of them will work.
Yeah.
So that's what we have to make sure that they understand. They are not.
Could we just take off the second and further?
That's
For the-
my suggestion, if you wanna move the market back now, do that piece tonight.
And then,
And then let us have some time to figure out
Okay,
what the
I would
process
be-
is.
we know that
amenable
this
to that.
are you?
because we know that this committee is already committed to reviewing. I mean, they've been quite clear that they want to review. They're gonna use standards that are used across the province to evaluate. You know, perhaps now we will have to ask, which we've never done, is ask vendors exactly how much they are making every day, so we can have year-over-year comparisons. We've never asked them. That's not our business to be asking whether or not you're
We may have
profitable
to.
or not, but we may have to. But I mean, yeah, I think that we don't want to give them some idea that they're picking the spot, and that's right in the middle of our next project, whatever it might be. That
I just don't wanna lose, if I may, I know you're running up against time. I think staff has heard, and I'm always comfortable with that direction that, you know, we've invested in this market advisory model. We wanna make sure that we're getting those recommendations and feedback, so I'm amenable if we need to strike the and further for now, because that's still a question to be examined anyway later, and it's creating a pressure here that's hard to handle. I think that's fine, so I'm fine with just the first part.
Okay.
For being the question, and at 9:59.
Thank you,
All the
Councillor.
questions?
I really thank you. I think it's cleaner.
Good with that?
Thank you.
Yep, okay. So, all those in favor? And opposed? And you're
In favor if you.
in favor if you don't vote? Okay. Okay, so, and if you could record me as opposed, please? Thank you. Okay, so moving on, we have resolution to close the meeting to the public. That is the opinion of council that the public interest requires that persons other than members of council and staff and any approved audiences be excluded from this meeting at the special, and that the special closed meeting of council continue under section 91A and C of the community, no, just he's leaving, he's in conflict. Community charter to deal with matters related to the following: personal information about an identifiable individual who holds or is being considered for a position as an officer, employee, or agent of the municipality, or another position appointed by the municipality. And then labor relations or other employee relations. Can I have a mover? Panero, seconded by Page.
So who moved it?
Panero. All those in favor? And that carries. Now
I
everybody's
just need
leaving.
a
We still
second.
have quorum. So,
I just need a second.
okay.
Kate.